Okay, we're good to go. Senator King, we are going to start with you on Senate Bill 502, and you've got three designated as sponsor panelists, Jacob Leffler, Gina Oliva, and Marla Haytrack. Does that sound good, Senator King?
That sounds good.
Okay, so we'll start with you and the sponsor panelists. And Senator King, you can take the time you need to proceed. We have a long day today, so everybody else is going to be on a up to 2 minute clock, okay?
We're going to go pretty fast, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you don't have to be, but go on. You can start with Senate Bill 502.
Thank you. And the high point of my day is that I found out that Mr. Leffler here is from my old neighborhood in Niagara Falls, New York, so he's got to be okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we all know the importance of the early development of language in children, and for children who are deaf or hard of hearing, language deprivation in early childhood leads to many academic and social struggles as they grow. Senate Bill 502 mirrors legislation that has been passed by several states to ensure that deaf and hard of hearing children are reaching the same language acquisition milestones as their hearing peers. Senate Bill 502 establishes a language acquisition tracking program for deaf and hard of hearing children within the State Department of Education that will be run by a state coordinator working with an advisory council. The bill requires the state coordinator, in consultation with the advisory council, to choose an assessment tool that will allow educators and specialists to track a child's language acquisition, progress towards kindergarten readiness, and English literacy. And it requires the creation of resources to help guide parents in their decision-making and tracking of language acquisition. I'm offering two amendments. One will require assessments every 6 months from age 0 to 5, and then annually through age 9. The second adds 2 more representatives to the advisory council. Parents and guardians of deaf and hard of hearing children need clear, evidence-based information about their child's language learning in order to make informed decisions. And deaf and hard of hearing children deserve the chance to meet the same language milestone goals as their peers. Senate Bill 502 will enable deaf and hard of hearing children more opportunities to gain a strong language foundation, and I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 502.
Okay, thank you, Senator King. Why don't we take your 2 witnesses, then we'll take some questions. Mr. Leffler, why don't you start?
Hello, my name is Jacob Loeffler, and I'm the Vice President of MDAD. There are 1.2 million deaf individuals living in the state of Maryland, and I want to thank Senator King for your dedication to this bill. This isn't just about language and communication. It's about a promise to all deaf, blind, and hard of hearing individuals that they have access to a strong language foundation that works for that child. Look where I am. Language acquisition outcomes, ideology. The bill focuses on birth to age 8 as the most critical. These are the most important years for brain and language development. Currently, there is no mandatory statewide academic assessment until 3rd grade. By that time, language delays may already have long-term academic and social consequences. This program ensures that deaf, blind, and hard of hearing children are monitored for language milestones and benchmarks in their early development years, just as hearing children, so that their timely adjustments can be made when needed. Senate Bill 502 helps prevent language deprivation by creating a structured statewide system to identify when a child is not meeting age-appropriate language benchmarks. Early intervention allows families and professionals to make informed decisions and implement changes before delays become severe and costly to remediate. This bill importantly strengthens support for parents, families for deaf, blind, and hard of hearing children who often face complex and emotional decisions during the earliest years of development. This program provides parents with clear benchmarks, accessible information, and coordinated guidance so they can make informed decisions about their child's language growth, Rather than replacing parental choice, the bill empowers families with meaningful data and early insight to ensure their child remains on track and receives appropriate services when needed. We also emphasize the importance of maintaining a balanced and representative advisory council. The council should include diverse expertise and lived experience, including deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing adults, parents, educators, and language specialists to ensure assessment tools and reporting practices remain child-centered, evidence-based, and outcome-focused. Again, this is not replacing IEPs, IFSPs. This is strengthening and supporting the current system. And we encourage this bill's support, and we're hoping for a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go to our next witness. Yeah.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, the 3 E's committee. My name is Dr. Marla Hattrack. I am the Educational Policy Consultant for the National Association of the Deaf, and I am honored to be here to support Bill 502. Language is not a luxury for children. It is the foundation of cognitive development, English literacy, social emotional connection, and K through 12 academic achievement. Research in child development and neuroscience consistently shows that the early years of life represent a critical period for language acquisition. When access to language is either delayed or impoverished, the effects can alter long-term cognitive and academic outcomes. For deaf and hard of hearing children, access to language, both ASL and English, is especially critical. Studies estimate that a significant proportion of deaf and hard of hearing children enter kindergarten with language delays when early access to fully accessible language has not been consistently established. According to the CDC's early hearing detection and intervention data, approximately 1.7 per 1,000 infants are identified each year with permanent hearing loss. We have succeeded at early identification. Screening identifies children. However, 1 to 3 to 6 month systems and the mandated intervention strategies track hearing issues but do not consistently measure whether children are achieving age-appropriate language milestones. Without structured evidence-based guidance and systemic monitoring of language milestones, deaf children are at risk for delayed language development. Humphreys et al. Is in their paper Pediatrics in 2012, and also Hall et al. In their journal Maternal and Child Health, published in 2017, have documented the phenomenon of language deprivation, linking insufficient early accessible language to long-term impacts on kindergarten readiness, English literacy, and K through 12 academic achievements. Unfortunately, too many deaf children experience language deprivation, not because of a lack of effort from families, but because the families often do not receive clear, balanced, and evidence-based information about all available language pathways. So thus, the remaining question is whether we are ensuring early language acquisition. Senate Bill 502 ensures that families receive clear information, that professionals monitor developmental milestones using validated tools, and that systems are accountable for ensuring that deaf children are not just identified early, but are acquiring age-appropriate language milestones. It does not prescribe a single approach. Rather, it prioritizes language outcomes, the child's actual language development and the subsequent success in kindergarten readiness and K through 12 academic achievements. And so for those critical reasons, I respectfully request your support for Senate Bill 502.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take some questions. Senator King's representative. Patty, you're here to be Senator King's, I won't say replacement, for you're here to answer questions. So we'll take questions for this panel before we move on to some additional witnesses. Okay, any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm going to call up several additional witnesses at this point. Dylan Conroy, Tiesha Barra, and we have a couple of virtual witnesses. Okay, maybe. And while we're there, Tina Joyner. Is Tina Joyner here? And was Gina Oliva, I called Gina Oliva or Oliva earlier. She's still here. Okay, why don't you come up as well? Okay. Let's get our additional witness to the table and then we'll start. Okay, anybody who wants to start, just get the mic and you can begin your testimony, okay?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Dylan Conroy. I live in Howard County, and I'm here in support of SB 502. I'm a hearing parent of a 5-year-old deaf child who cannot access spoken English. For our family, the choice was simple. It was American Sign Language or no language. I remember receiving the news that my newborn was deaf and feeling confused how I'd be able to raise my child in a language I didn't know. We started watching YouTube videos to learn the signs for milk, sleep, diaper, all common words we use with any baby. I am proud of myself for the effort we put into learning sign language. I attended in-person classes, we hired a tutor, took online courses. Still, my daughter didn't have consistent, rich access to a fluent user of a language. I couldn't sign this testimony to you. Not only did she miss out on a fluent language model, she also missed out on and continues to miss out on incidental learning. She doesn't hear the other kids at the playground resolving conflict. She doesn't hear grandma thanking grandpa for flowers on Valentine's Day. And these are core social emotional connections demonstrating how people relate to one another. She also doesn't have access to discussions with extended family about complex topics. She doesn't hear her aunt and uncle complaining about their mortgage payments or her older cousins smashing through political sensitivities at Thanksgiving. We interpret at family dinners to the best of our ability and we make the implicit explicit as often as possible, but a lot falls through the cracks. And this is common among hearing parents of deaf kids. All this boils down to the need for parents to understand their children's language development. Is my child learning enough language? Is she language deprived? How can I be better for her? I suggest that systematic language assessments are necessary. Parents like me, who are not native users of our child's primary language, need accurate snapshots of their language development, especially during the critical language acquisition years. We want to make the best, well-informed decision possible for our families and competently raise our children. We need to know how our deaf kids' language is developing to better support them. And this is why I support SB 502 and request that you do as well.
Okay, thank you. Whoever wants to go next, take the mic and you can begin your testimony. Yeah.
How about, okay, I need to make sure you can hear me.
Yes,
Am
okay.
I speaking loudly enough? Okay. I'm Gina Oliver, and I grew up attending public schools outside of New York City. Was identified as hard of hearing at age 5, and I've been using a hearing aid ever since. Okay. I attended and graduated from Washington College in Chestertown, Maryland in 1972 and found myself, the greatest blessing of my life, at Gallaudet College, where not only was I able to use the English language, but I began to learn sign language as well. So over the last 50 years, my time at Gallaudet and involvement with the deaf community, I cannot tell you how many language-deprived adults I have met. They have been my friends, my co-workers, my husbands, and so on and so forth. And it makes me so sad and angry to see the prevalence of this unnecessary condition that stems from the lack of language exposure, especially during those early years of 0 to 5. So this bothered me so much, I ended up writing actually 2 books. This one was published 20 years ago, and Gallaudet just decided to publish it again, much to my honor, but at the same time reminding us that it's 20 years, nothing has changed. It's even worse than it was before. So what does it mean to be language deprived? Children learn language by absorbing it, lying in a crib, crawling on the floor, sitting in the high chair, bombarded by sound and words and language all over. But unfortunately, it doesn't all enter. Even if they have a hearing aid or a cochlear implant, there are big gaps in the information that they receive. If you think about a jigsaw puzzle, you know, when you're doing a jigsaw puzzle, you have this part, you have that part, and there's all these spaces in between. That's a possible analogy you can think about as when you try to understand how significant and what a big impact the language deprivation has. Day after day, the child from 0 to 5 in the home and in the neighborhood and then later in school is just continually missing information. And that ends up being what we call language deprivation. It doesn't show, we don't know about it till the child gets to kindergarten, and it's too late by then. So this is why I think it's very clear to you why we really must have this legislation, and I ask you please to support Senate Bill 502, and thank you for listening to my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do you want to go? Who wants to go next? Put the mic, okay. There you
Yes.
go. We're good.
Hello, my name is Tina Joyner, and I am the Maryland Association of the Deaf president. I am here to provide an account that this bill is really important for children. I myself am language deprived. I'm okay now, but it has created a lot of struggle in the past. This bill will give deaf children the opportunity to thrive if it is passed. And in the United States, about 90% of hearing families that have deaf children do not use sign language at all. And that says a lot. That means 10% of the deaf children who have deaf parents are signers. My mother was not one of them, and so it is sad to see other kids struggling in school in that way, and they're not getting the education that they deserve. I think this will really help deaf children in the future, and I am requesting a favorable support of this bill.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee. My name is Taisha Barra, and I'm a deaf woman who was raised in Montgomery County, Maryland, from age 6 to 18. I'm here today representing deaf children who do not have a voice at this moment when it comes to language accessibility. I am here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 502, the Language Acquisition Tracking Program for Deaf and Hard of Hearing Children. Growing up in a mainstream environment, I witnessed how my deaf peers had very different outcomes, simply because of the resources and language access they received. Some children had early exposure to sign language or effective communication support, while others struggled for years to catch up, not because they lacked intelligence or potential, but because they lacked early and consistent access to language. Senate Bill 502 is vital because it ensures that no child in Maryland is left behind during those critical early years of language development. By creating a language acquisition tracking program, appointing a state coordinator, and establishing an advisory council, this bill creates structure and accountability to make every deaf child or hard of hearing give them the ability to thrive linguistically, academically, and socially. This bill also empowers parents and guardians with tools and guidance to track their child's progress and make informed decisions. Many parents, especially those new to the deaf community, are not given the resources or information they need early on. Senate Bill 502 helps to close that gap. As someone who has the lived experience and seen the difference language access makes, I ask you to pass this bill so that future deaf and hard of hearing children in Maryland can have an equal foundation for success. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to language equity for all Maryland children.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to the entire panel for your testimony. Questions? Have any questions? Okay. Vice Chair Kagan, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy that you all are here. I have a question, and I see that, let's see, Patty, this might be you. I don't know if there's someone else who can answer this. I'm curious, I have two questions. One is the opt-out on page 4.
Patty, you want to come up to the table? Sure.
Lines 23 through 26. Why would we want someone to opt out? How would that help them? And then the second question I have, I can wait. Do you want to answer that first?
So
Thank you,
it's
Patty.
about parental
Here,
choice.
Patty, get the mic.
Senator, it's about parental choice. It's up to the parents whether or not they want their child to be in this program, and that's,
Okay,
Yeah.
just as simple as that. And regardless of the age of a child, the child wouldn't have a vote in the matter?
no.
Okay, all right. My question for the fabulous woman who wrote 2 books and went to Gallaudet, I'm sorry, I missed your name. You said that things are even worse now than they were 20 years ago when you first wrote the book, and I wonder why and how.
Thank you for asking the question. The easiest way to answer the question is to simply say that although Public Law 94-142 in the ADA, we had laws passed purportedly to help deaf children, unfortunately, those laws resulted in more and more children being isolated. So the families are isolated, the children are isolated, one kid here, one kid there. That's what I mean. So 20 years ago, we had self-contained classrooms. We had, the deaf schools, but we also had those self-contained classrooms. As time marched on, they got rid of the self-contained classrooms and sent all the kids to their neighborhood school. So I hope that answers your question in kind of a sad way, but it is the truth.
Thank you. And if I could just ask one more quick question, Mr. Chair. This is all under the Maryland State Department of Education. Has the Department of Disabilities, would they have any role in this? Are they needed in any of this? Are we good moving forward within MSDE?
We're good moving forward
Okay.
with MSDE.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Carozza?
Chair, Patty, this is probably for you, and it's just to understand just how this program works, because I'm kind of looking at the fiscal note and Senator King's testimony. It talks about establishing a language acquisition tracking program, which I kind of assume when we use that terminology, it's this actual language assessment that when we talk about a program, that we're first talking about an assessment, and then based on the assessment is when there would, I guess, with the assessment, what does the assessment lead to? Additional services or guidance to the parents, the teachers, and if it also makes a point to say that the IEPs would be adjusted as well, but I'm trying to understand the front end of the program.
Do you want to? I'm going to let.
When a child displays as they're not an appropriate age level for their language. That gives the parents and the IEP or IFSP team, it gives them the opportunity to figure out how to address their services and what additional supports they might need. Right now, the IEPs and IFSPs focus on hearing restoration or residual hearing, and I'd like to add to Gina's comment as well that they are expected to speak. And when that fails, then they can switch to sign language. We are proposing and encouraging that they use both. That if they have access to sign language and English together. And so the IEP team can then provide intervention strategies appropriately. A good example of this is the IEP requires reading books to children, and language acquisition is the whole picture of language. Incidental learning, language instruction, reading, social interaction, and socializing generally. IEPs can address that after the child is displaying a language delay.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So with the assessment's conducted when there's already been some indication of the child not being at a certain level with language acquisition. And when we use the term language acquisition, are we, again, just trying to understand it, are we really talking about language proficiency for the student at a certain age? And when they don't reach certain levels, that's when we're looking at an assessment to see if additional supports are needed?
Yes, correct. Yes, correct. Language is very difficult. I will admit that we don't talk about language in the way that we all should. Typically, in order to acquire language, you need to understand language, and that involves very specific age-appropriate language milestones. For example, by age 1, they will have a vocabulary of 300 words. By 3 years old, the child should be able to answer who, what, why, how, those types of questions. Unfortunately, the question is that many deaf children are unable to meet that at 3 years old milestone because their language access itself is impoverished. And like some of the witness testimonies explained, it's more of pieces to a jigsaw puzzle. I heard something. For example, my son is hard of hearing, and with an interpreter in the classroom when he was in 4th grade, he is very hard of hearing, and he can hear pretty well, and he can talk on the phone, for example. But he needed an interpreter in the classroom, and I asked, how do you know? And he said, oh, Mom, like when I hear something, I'll hear
Something like the cat blank. So I'll be in the classroom and I'll hear something like the cat blank bed, and I'll think, what's the verb? Is it the cat threw up on the bed, the cat's sleeping on the bed, the cat's playing on the bed? And so that's often what deaf children will miss, is that one critical verb in a sentence. And you can apply that same story to many deaf children, how they acquire language.
And I agree that when it looks like they are acquiring language, they are signing and they might be speaking well, but that does not mean that their language is age appropriate or meeting the appropriate milestones, because there is gaps in their productive and receptive language skills. And so that's just something that, there are things that we know in terms of colors and animals. A lot of deaf children don't know to be kindergarten ready those types of concepts because they don't have access to it. So it is an entire ball game that happens only in the deaf community, it seems, that this language deprivation, instead of getting speech language therapy immediately, then we're recommending taking a different approach. And there's a lot more that we needed to to discuss about this. I don't think this is
I
necessarily the
understand.
right time or place.
I understand.
But there is way more that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. That provided clarification.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. We do have 2 virtual witnesses. One, okay, Maya Yamada, 1 virtual witness we're going to pull up. Signed up favorable. Okay, Ms. Yamada, you've got your.
Dear Chair, Vice Chair,
Yes, you
and
can
members of the
start.
Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee, I am Maya Yamada. This is my 30th year as a public high school teacher of the deaf. I have voluntarily established ASL and parenting classes for hearing families raising deaf children. I am here to express my strong support for Bill 502. Language deprivation is the most critical issue facing deaf and hard of hearing children. It is the greatest barrier to their success. Let me try to illustrate what language deprivation looks like. Imagine your child receives a cochlear implant or hearing aid at age 1. By age 3, you are overjoyed when your toddler proudly combines 2 words, please, cookie, intended to mean please and cookie. You celebrate this milestone. Then you learn that most toddlers have already acquired approximately 500 to 1,000 words by age 3. By 6th grade, you observe a 40 years language gap. But you still hope spoken language will become accessible. Without clear guidance, now you no longer know what you are hoping for. Fast forward to high school, the final stages of school, and the gap has widened. You begin to question why your deaf teenager is reading the words in a phrase in isolation. For example, coming, as in moving towards, down, as in going down with the flu, instead of its actual meaning, starting to get sick. And sentences are fragmented. For example, the sun, yellow, hot, shine, grass, me playing, we. Meanwhile, the hearing peer writes, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the meadow when we played. This contrast is not a matter of who is intelligent. It reflects a profound difference in early access to language. Research shows that language deprivation increases vulnerability. It places deaf at higher risk for exploitation, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. Language deprivation is not simply a delay, it is a preventable form of harm. By passing the bill, this legislation will safeguard the fundamental right of deaf and hard of hearing children to access language and provide support and education to parents who are struggling to raise a deaf or hard of hearing child. In conclusion, repeating the same thing over and over has a harmful impact with the same results. I respectfully ask for your partnership in supporting Bill 502. Thank you for
Okay.
hearing my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our witness? Virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 502. And we're going to next move to the other Senator King bill. Patty, you want to come up here and present Senate Bill 645? I'm going to call up the sponsor panelists that you've designated, Jacob Leffler again, Hannah Deere, Laura Iamfi. Those are your sponsor panelists, so we'll start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Patty Horton for Senator King. During the 2023 legislative session, this committee and the full legislature passed the Maryland Sign Language Interpreters Act. In the time since the legislation's passage, the State Board of Sign Language Interpreters has been established, and that board has been working diligently to promulgate regulations. Unfortunately, due to several factors, some timelines have not been met, and as often happens in creating new regulatory process, issues have arisen that require further legislative action. Senate Bill 645 with amendments will realign dates that have already passed and not been met, add members to the State Board of Sign Language Interpreters, add reporting requirements and stakeholder input as the board develops regulations related to specialty licensing, and finally corrects a drafting error in the original legislation. These changes will put the office and the board in the best position for successful implementation of this important licensing legislation. And so on behalf of Senator King, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 645 with amendments.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Senate Bill 645. I'm Hannah Dyer, Deputy Legislative Officer for the Governor. We applaud Senator King for sponsoring the Maryland Sign Language Interpreters Act of 2023 in order to require a framework of licensure requirements for sign language interpreters. Governor Moore signed this act into law, and the Moore-Miller administration continues to remain committed to full implementation of sign language licensure in Maryland. Regulating any new industry is difficult, and especially one as deeply personal and consequential as sign language interpretation. As with any regulatory process, we have learned of concerns and issues that merit further input and discussion. Senate Bill 645 will realign milestone dates, require certain deliberative and collaborative studies, and bring the board makeup and operations more in line with other similar occupational licensure boards. We are also supportive of the sponsor amendments to make application criteria more flexible and make other clarifying changes. Thank you again to Senator King, this committee, and Jacob for his leadership on the board, and all of the advocates and stakeholders here today for the dedication to creating this new regulatory process. We believe Senate Bill 645 will put the state in a better position for successful implementation of sign language licensure, and we appreciate the continued contributions towards that effort.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our other two witnesses, whoever wants to start first. Take the mic, get the mic.
I think Laura is just here for questions.
Okay.
I'm a senior policy advisor in the governor's office, Laura
Okay.
Gemfie. And just here
What's your name? And what's your name?
Laura Gemfie.
Okay, Laura, thank you for being here. Mr. Loeffler, you're next.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Jacob Loeffler, and I am the chair of the board. We are proud of the board's work and its efforts to establish regulations for sign language interpreter licensure. Okay, where are we? To give some background, the board has been working on these regulations since its establishment, and the proposed regulations were released for public comment in May. And we've received more than 200 comments. The board carefully reviewed and addressed many of these comments, incorporating revisions into the regulations. In September, the board approved the updated draft for a second round of public comment. The board convened several working groups composed of subject matter experts. For example, the education work group had 6 educational interpreters who focused on the educational interpreter specialty. The legal working group included 3 legal interpreters and a representative from the judiciary to develop recommendations for the legal specialty. The medical working group had several experienced professionals. Additional work groups were formed as well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of those individuals who volunteered their time and expertise to determine what is best for their respective practice areas. After thoughtful consideration, the board decided to place specialty license requirements on hold and instead move forward with implementing the general and provisional licenses, allowing for those license types to be established and evaluated before adding specialty designations. The only exception is the educational interpreter specialty, which the board continues to develop because many educational interpreters do not hold current certification. The board had a meeting where they expressed several concerns as the bill was drafted. We appreciate Senator King, the bill's sponsor, for offering amendments that the board supports. Specifically, the board supports the proposed amendments allowing licensure without certification, which would authorize the board to establish criteria that provide additional pathways to licensure. Where are we? The board also supports the amendment of clarifying that the ex officio member does not have voting authority as the current quorum language, which otherwise could be interpreted to grant voting power. Additionally, the board supports the provision requiring the Governor's Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing to assist with completion of the required report. However, the board remains concerned about the language requiring 2 individuals affiliated with an entity that operates and implements deaf services in educational, legal, or medical settings. As currently written, this language could allow individuals with no knowledge of interpreting or interpreting standards to serve on the board. We are concerned that this could weaken the intent and integrity of the licensure process. If this provision is retained, we respectfully request clarification that these individuals must be interpreters, have professional experience working with interpreters or deaf individuals in those settings, and be proficient in American Sign Language. Alternatively, we request the requirement be removed. We request removal of this position because concern from these entities requiring specialty licensure are already addressed in the reporting section, which requires the board to consult with stakeholders and conduct a public comment period. For that reason, we do not believe it is necessary to add 2 additional board members to the board. We remain committed to working collaboratively on amendments that strengthen the board while protecting consumers and upholding professional standards. For these reasons, the State Board of Sign Language Interpreters position is favorable with amendments, provided that the committee adopts the sponsor's amendments as well as the additional amendments proposed by the board. I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you to the panel. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you to you all. I'm going to call up a group of favorable with amendment, additional favorable with amendment witnesses. I've got Will Tilburg, Sam Mathias, Jake Whitaker, Mary Pat Fannin, and Anzer Nikki Woodward. Those are 5 witnesses signed up FWA. And Ms. Tilburg, since I called you first, why don't you lead off? You all are going to be back on the 2-minute clock on these witnesses. So,
Mr. Chair, can I defer to the Hospital
Sure.
Association
Absolutely.
first?
Let's start with the Hospital Association witness, and you'll be on the up to 2-minute clock for each of these panelists.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jake Whitaker, and on behalf of Maryland's hospitals and health systems, I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 645 with the amendments we propose. So first, I just want to be very clear. Maryland's hospitals strongly support establishing a licensure process for sign language interpreters, and we fully support the goal of ensuring deaf and hard of hearing Marylanders have access to qualified interpreters, effective communication, and the best care possible. So our amendments are intended to ensure that the licensure requirements do not inadvertently limit access to care for the very community that this bill was designed to support. So as written, the current statute allows a consumer to choose in-person or video remote services. But if a hospital cannot accommodate a patient's preference for in-person services, the law would literally prevent us from delivering life-saving care. So hospitals absolutely want to honor a patient's communication preferences, but we can't risk delaying care and treatment because of rigid, unflexible requirements. And so we think this is especially concerning because there's a severe shortage of interpreters here in Maryland today. So right now, there's only about 500 sign language interpreters serving more than 1.2 million deaf and hard of hearing Marylanders. And so as you know, hospitals operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and finding an in-person interpreter on weekends, holidays, or overnight can oftentimes just be impossible. It's a particularly hard issue for rural hospitals where there's even less interpreters available on the Eastern Shore or in Western Maryland. Additionally, Maryland would be the only state in the nation with such an inflexible mandate. Finally, hospitals are bound by federal law where we're required to treat and stabilize emergency patients, so this would also put us in contradiction with federal law. And so we believe our proposed amendments reflect the practical realities and ensure that interpreter licensure moves forward without jeopardizing access to care. And so you have our full set of amendments, which we do believe addresses these concerns and some others. And again, I just want to reiterate, hospitals fully support licensure, but we just can't risk precluding access to care. So for the aforementioned reasons, we request a favorable report with the amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Tilburg, you want to go next? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Will Tilburg with the University of Maryland Medical System, here today in support of SB 645 with amendments. UMS has 11 acute care hospitals in the state and serves all regions and communities within the state outside of Western Maryland. We are dedicated to providing compassionate, high-quality care, and that includes high-quality interpretation services. With that in mind, we are requesting amendments that we believe are critical to the success of this regulatory program. Namely, please clarify that state agencies, local governments, schools, courts, hospitals, and other similar settings are not required to provide in-person sign language services on demand. As we've already heard, the regulations proposed by the board would mandate in-person interpreting services if requested by a consumer or patient. This mandate differs from how other states regulate sign language interpreters. Other states regulate the who, not the how. These laws govern who can interpret, ensuring qualified, certified, and licensed interpreters, not the method of how they deliver these services in person or virtual. Similarly, the ADA gives state and local governments and other covered entities the choice of using video remote interpreting in situations where it can be just as effective. UMS hospitals alone accommodate more than 9,000 interpreting requests each year. And as we've just heard, there are fewer than 500 certified individuals in the state who would be eligible for licensure. This is not about money. For outpatient scheduled visits, the inpatient services are actually less expensive than video. But there are not enough interpreters in the state, and they are not always available. And in emergency departments, urgent care centers, and other places where patients aren't making appointments in advance, there isn't time. At our hospital on the Eastern Shore, it can take up to 10 hours to obtain on-site interpreter given the scarcity. We would ask that this committee clarify the intent of the 23 law and make it consistent with the ADA and other states which allow video interpreting if it can be just as effective. And with that, we would request a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go back to this side of the table, then we'll pick up why don't you grab the mic and tell us who you are.
Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. I am Dr. Nikki Woodward, and I serve as an early intervention specialist out of Montgomery County Public Schools. I proudly serve as the Vice President of the Maryland State Education Association that represents over 76,000 public school educators across this great state, including educational interpreters. We share the goal of guaranteeing access to qualified interpreters for all those who benefit from their services. And we want to ensure that we are not creating barriers to qualified and experienced educational interpreters serving our students and families. Interpreting services are often essential to both educational equity and compliance with the federal law. We have proposed several amendments to support a feasible timeline and reflect workforce shortages, including an amendment to adjust the deadline for interpreters to meet the licensure requirement to July of 2028. This would give interpreters time after new requirements are published to seek the necessary credentials, gather documentation, and complete their application. This is especially important if the final requirements include industry licensure tests like the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment, for which scoring can take upwards of a year. Our proposed deadline is in July rather than January to avoid the potential disruption of new requirements taking effect mid-school year. We also want to thank the sponsor for an amendment that would allow the board to recognize an interpreter's professional experience towards meeting their licensure requirements. Educational interpreters have dedicated their careers to making learning accessible for young people, and they play an important role in our school communities. We respectfully request a favorable report that includes the amendments in our written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the other side of the table. Ms. Tilburg, could you just hand that to your right?
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sam Mathias, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, supporting Senate Bill 645 with amendments and requesting a favorable report. The core issue of this bill is how Maryland will move from a state having no interpreter licensure standards to establishing high sustainable standards for interpreter certification and quality, without disrupting services for the very people, the system, who are meant to receive those benefits. The State Board of Sign Language Interpreters needs to support high standards for licensure, promote interpreter quality, and ensure access and continued access for deaf and hard of hearing students, hospital patients, and other individuals across public services. And we support these goals, and that's why MABE supports Senate Bill 645 with the amendments outlined in our joint testimony with PZAM. Licensure is important to ensure quality and accountability, and at the same time, imposing rigid, immediate, and highly stringent standards in a state that currently has none risks shifting the entire burden of that transition onto the interpreter workforce. If not structured carefully, that shift could unintentionally constrict supply and reduce access particularly in school systems and hospitals and other places already struggling to secure interpreters. The bill as amended creates a framework that balances those interests. Other folks will talk about other pieces of the bill. I will talk just about two, the reporting piece and the board composition piece that are in the current bill. First, the bill creates a requirement to issue reports before regulations are promulgated. The board must examine national and regional certification standards, a number of certified interpreters currently practicing in Maryland, the availability of specialty interpreters by county, and the impact that specialty requirements could have on service delivery in public institutions. Our standards should be informed by that workforce data. The second, board composition. Lived experience from deaf and hard of hearing community members is incredibly important. At the same time, the entities responsible for implementation responsible for implementing it must have a voice. Just want to say quickly, Mr. Loeffler mentioned members from our industries to have experience in interpretive services and with the deaf and hard of hearing community. Absolutely support that, and I support SB 645 with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Fannin.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Pat Fannin. I'm the Executive Director of the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland. Sorry, it's a lot to say. I know it's a lot to sign. First of all, we share the goal of elevating standards and strengthening interpreter licensure. We have provided extensive testimony with MABE with lots of amendments, and that is coming from our experience over the last 18 months as these regulations have been promulgated. I will say I'll talk about 3 issues that aren't in the bill that are very important to us. The first, Ms. Woodward already talked about some of the date changes that we are mutually requesting. Another is we would like some uncodified language that says that the board cannot promulgate any regulations before the effective date of this bill. As you've heard, the board is interested in still working on educator licensure regulations, and that has been the real point of contention with us, trying to work with the board on those. So we really would like for the bill's effective date to go first before they promulgate any more. The second is a cleaner and easier provisional license. This is, as Sam said, this is a new initiative in Maryland, and a scaffolding approach is very necessary in order for us to get all of our existing interpreters licensed in a timely manner. And then the third is a little bit of the consumer choice issue. It's a little bit different in schools, but we do comply with the ADA, which essentially requires that we ensure communication and give primary consideration to the preferences of our students with disabilities. So to the extent practicable, that is what we do, and we think it's important enough to put in the statute because it's not explicitly clear in the current law. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for our FWA favor with amendment panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for your testimony. We do have 3 witnesses unfavorable. William Milios, Mr. Milios, unfavorable. We have 2 virtual witnesses. Are they in the queue? Okay, is Mr. Milios here? Here we are, okay. And then we'll take the 2 virtual witnesses who signed up unfavorable after that, and that'll be the extent of the testimony on the bill. And sir, you're going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? Okay, we'll modify that maybe. Go on, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I said good morning, I meant good afternoon. So my name is Bill Milos. I wanted to thank Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee here today for hearing us. I was born and raised in Maryland. I was born in Prince George County. Now I live in Easton, Maryland. And I was informed about the label of maybe, I think it's duck necker. I don't know. Oh, excuse me, chicken necker. I don't know if you've all heard that term before, but it's new to me. So I struggled with whether or not to be favorable or not favorable. I'm opposed to portions of the amendments, but overall, the fine-tuning to better serve the licensure board, that seems all right, but there's a specific portion that ties into having additional individuals on the licensure board. 3 years ago, the law was passed here. And since that, the governor and the governor's representatives have been obstructing progress on this. The governor's office, deaf of hard of hearing office, there's been lots of obstructions going forth. So they do need to be held accountable for those delays from the office and the failure to push this through. So last fall, maybe November, December, the working groups were established, and I was asked to be a part of the working group. I asked because the governor had suspended the law. I didn't know that governors had the authority to do that. I thought once the law is passed, that had to be complied. The fact that your law was suspended, and then these working groups were established, and the working groups did not give any clear goals on how to proceed or objectives. So this is the result of that, these amendments that you're seeing today. So the purpose of the licensure board is to protect the consumers. And now we have amendments that would like to add additional individuals to the licensure board where their purpose and intent is not to protect the consumer, it's to serve the consumers. And we do not want to put chemical manufacturers on an environmental board. Their job is to manage those manufacturers, not the other way around. So I grew up in Maryland. I was a mainstreamed student. I have 2 deaf children who are also mainstreamed in the state of Maryland, Maryland School for the Deaf, and then they were mainstreamed in public school for high school. And so interpreters in K through 12 settings, they had access to those. So MSDE, MSEA, they were working against the success of deaf children in the state of Maryland. So today, the panel and their testimonies, they highlighted the limited availability, the continuing access. So those are code words that are used to suppress the standard for interpreters, for mainstream kids. So in the last 15 years, those 2 organizations have failed to provide any significant support to raise the standard for interpreters. They're neglecting IDEA, federal law that's responsible to make sure that interpreters are related service providers, and they're failing to train, educate, support interpreters in these capacities. Consistently trying to classify. Ooh. The chair just broke.
Okay. Some things we cannot control here. So, sir, if you get an opportunity, if you could wrap up, because we're tight for time here, okay?
Yes, absolutely. So interpreters in K through 12 setting are language models for our kids. We need the highest possible standard. We need to be sending our best to the K through 12 school systems. So now MSDA want to regulate the standard. They want to disagree with that. I disagree with those additional seats to allow them to suppress the standard. So I do oppose that section of the amendment.
Okay.
So with that statement, I am in favor of pieces of the suggestions. Jacob Leffler, his licensure board suggestions, I am in firm support of, but the additional seats, I am not.
Okay.
Thank you for your
time.
time.
Thank you, sir. Questions for our witness? Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to our 2 virtual witnesses who signed up unfavorable, and that'll be the extent of the testimony on the bill. Shelby Abdillah, and we've got second witness,
Chair,
Vice President Boykins. Is that who we have? Okay.
Actually, our president is in the waiting room waiting to testify. Vice President Boykins is here for questions.
Okay, so Shelby, why don't you proceed? You're here to testify?
I am. Can our president also be let into the Zoom? She's the other person testifying.
Yes. It's Boykins.
No, President
Yeah, we're
Emily
here.
Dittmer.
She's in the queue. We'll let her in too. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to bring her. Yeah. Okay,
Can
why
I
don't you
also-
start?
Can I also
Yes?
ask that we be given the extended time so that our English can be interpreted effectively into American Sign Language?
Yes. Yeah,
Thank you.
don't worry about the clock okay? So just, why don't
Appreciate
you
it.
start? Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Shelby Abdullahi, and I'm here on behalf of the Potomac chapter of the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, PCRID. We represent sign language interpreters all over Maryland and DC, and with the Maryland Association of the Deaf, we helped craft Maryland's original licensure bill. I'm here to testify unfavorable, unless amended, on Senate Bill 645. PCRID supports licensure. And in 2023, the General Assembly enacted the Maryland Interpreter Licensure Act as a consumer protection measure after deaf Marylanders testified to real harms in medical, legal, and educational settings. The law created a balanced 7-member board within the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, composed of Maryland residents proficient in ASL and reflective of the deaf and interpreting communities. SB 645 significantly restructures that model. First, we asked the committee to remove the 2 seats for individuals affiliated with entities that operate deaf services in educational, legal, or medical settings. These entities contract with interpreters, they bear compliance costs, and they're directly affected by board enforcement. Granting them voting authority creates a structural risk that institutional priorities could influence regulatory standards. This is not about intent, but it's about governance design. Maryland licensing boards are traditionally practitioner-led and consumer-focused. They're not structured to give regulated institutions voting authority over the very standards that govern them. That structure would be inconsistent with how other licensing boards in Maryland operate, and it risks shifting standards from minimum competency to institutional feasibility. We're also concerned that these members are exempt from the ASL proficiency requirements. With 4 members potentially exempt, the board deliberations could shift away from deaf-centered governance. Second, we asked the committee to remove the requirement that the board submit a report 60 days before promulgating specialty license regulations. The board is already subject to the Administrative Procedure Act and AELR review. This additional mandate is atypical. It delays enforcement and it requires workforce data that does not centrally exist, thus delaying specialty protections while harm continues. We support the amendment clarifying that the secretaries serve as ex officio, non-voting members, but we request that clear language that they do not count towards quorum be added. We also support clarifying the alternative qualification pathways. As drafted, SB 645 alters board composition and it adds procedural barriers that risk institutional influence and it delays customer protections. For these reasons, PCRID respectfully urges an unfavorable report unless the 2 affiliated seats and the 60-day reporting requirement are removed and the quorum language which is clarified. Minimum competency standards are not administrative burdens. They are safeguards for rights, dignity, and meaningful participation. Thank you for your consideration.
Memoria, can we just bring in Ms. Boykins? She's from the same entity. We'll take her testimony and then we'll field questions for both of you, okay? So let's get her in here. Okay, Vice President Boykins, you're going to testify next, and we'll just take the time you need, and then we'll take questions, okay?
If it would be okay with the committee, our president is here currently, if she would be able to read the statement that we've prepared.
That's fine. Go on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Emily Dittmer, and I am the current president of the Potomac chapter of the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf. PCRID is the Maryland and DC affiliate chapter for the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, RID. Alongside the Maryland Association of the Deaf, PCRID supported the creation and passage of what is now the Maryland Interpreter Licensure Act. Through this process, PCRID's support of interpreter licensure has not changed. However, I testify today on behalf of PCRID with an unfavorable unless amended stance on SB 645. While PCRID is in favor of the change implemented to the amendment regarding the addition of "or" in Section 9-2419 to allow for alternative pathways to certification, the amendment's intent and therefore impact remains. PCRID opposes the addition of 4 government-affiliated board members who are not required to have knowledge of the interpreting profession or sign language proficiency. This change in board composition creates an undue institutional influence and is a departure from the carefully balanced board of the current licensure law, whose members reflect the lived and professional realities of the deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, deaf-disabled, and interpreting communities. Additionally, PCRID opposes the addition of reporting requirements as they represent a misunderstanding of the landscape of the interpreting profession and impose an unnecessary administrative hurdle to the creation of the specialty licensure that protects individuals in highly vulnerable settings such as legal, medical, and educational. What cannot be ignored are the implications this amendment carries by adding unique structural and reporting barriers on the only Maryland Occupational Licensing Board, whose members all represent protected classes and operate professionally and/or personally in a language other than English. The time constraints prevent me from detailing PCRID's opposition to the proposed legislation in full. PCRID submitted a report as written testimony on February 24, 2026, compiled by our Vice President, Carolyn Boykins, identifying each provision of the amendment along with our rationale for opposing. To better understand our unfavorable unless amended position towards SB 645, I strongly encourage committee members to read and carefully consider this report as it was written through the lens of subject matter expertise. PCRID remains in full support of interpreter licensure. As such, we are urging the committee to preserve the intent of the original bill to protect the rights of deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, and deaf-disabled Maryland residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, President Dittmer. Okay, questions for our two virtual witness unfavorable testimony? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 645. We're going to next move on to Senator Harris on Senate Bill 665. And Senator, we come to witness stand. I've got your sponsor panelists, or Catherine Fogarty, Edwin Martinez, Ursula DeBerry, and if you don't mind, we do have testimony. Jacob Leffler, who testified earlier, is straight up favorable. If we could include him on the panel as well, that would be the extent of the testimony in the bill. So I'm going to call these names one more time. Mr. Leffler, you can come up here again. Catherine Fogarty, Ursula DeBerry, and Edwin Martinez. So we've got 4 witnesses. And whenever you're ready, Senator Harris, take the time you need. We're on Senate Bill 665.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this awesome committee. For the record, Senator Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27, Prince George's, Calvert, and Charles County. Office of the Blind, Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf and Hard of Hearing renaming, Senate Bill 665. This bill seeks to change the name of the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to the Office of the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing, and changes the name of the Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf and Hard of Hearing to the Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. Maryland's current office name does not recognize blind or deafblind residents, despite the office already serving individuals with combined hearing and vision loss. Senate Bill 665 does not change the office duties, authority, or staffing. This bill merely incorporates the appropriate terminology so that the state materials clearly reflect the population served and reduce confusion for deaf-blind residents seeking navigation support. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully request a favorable committee report on Senate Bill 665 and be happy to take any questions after the panel.
Okay, who would like to go first? Okay, you had a sponsor panel. Senator Harris, why don't you designate, because you did have 3 folks who wanted to.
Hi there, my name is Jacob Loeffler. It's nice
Okay,
to...
okay, could talk a little louder.
I can't, the mic.
She has a mic. Okay, we could start again.
Technical difficulties.
It's
Can you hear
technical
me?
issues.
Yeah. It is on, it is on, though. Okay. All right, go ahead. Hello, my name is Jacob Loeffler, and I am the Vice President of the Maryland Association of the Deaf, and we support this bill. And we thank Senator Harris for his support regarding the renaming of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Where are we? SB 665 renames the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Maryland Advisory Council on Deaf and Hard of Hearing to explicitly include deafblind individuals. While the bill changes may appear technical, their impact is substantial and long overdue. By formally recognizing the deafblind community in statute, the state of Maryland affirms its commitment to full inclusion, equity, and accurate representation of the communities these entities are charged with serving. Deafblind individuals face unique and complex barriers related to communication access, mobility, employment, health care, emergency preparedness, and civic participation. Their experiences and needs are distinct from, though connected to, those of deaf and hard of hearing individuals. Explicit inclusion in the names of the Office and Advisory Council ensures that deafblind Marylanders are not overlooked in policy development, service planning, and state decision-making processes. Names matter. Statutory regulation matters. When communities are explicitly named, government accountability and visibility follows. Importantly, SB 665 does not impose new mandates or fiscal burdens on the state. Instead, it modernizes and strengthens statutory language to reflect best practices in accessibility and the evolving understanding of the diverse populations within Maryland's deaf community. This legislation brings Maryland's law into alignment with principles of equity and inclusive governance. The Maryland Association of the Deaf strongly believes that inclusive statutory language promotes transparency, responsibility, and equitable access to state resources and services. And in closing, I ask you all to support SB 665. Thank you very much.
Okay. Whoever wants to go next, you can just start. Okay, sir?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for your time and for welcoming us to come and give our testimonies. I want to explain that as a deafblind individual, I will share a story about an important deafblind individual named Anne. This was 10 or 15 years ago. She, Anne, was a big advocate for the renaming of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And we supported her and fought for that renaming for a long time. Anne had founded an organization for the deafblind called Metro Washington Association of the Deaf that she founded and owned. And it covered part of Maryland, DC, and Virginia for the residents, and have been supporting the residents here for a very long time. That organization has been very active in supporting Americans with disabilities for a long time. Unfortunately, Anne passed away, and in honor of her and for her legacy, it is important for us to recognize that she was the one who fought for this renaming, and the Metro Washington area founder. For her, I am here to the Washington Agency of the Deafblind. They asked us to support the renaming of the Governor's Office for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and to change that name to the Governor's Office of the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing to include those of us like myself who are deafblind. And so those of us are here to support this bill and to help stop the oppression of deafblind individuals and to make sure that we can become visible, have equal access, be validated, have support, and also increase the services that we have access to. Acknowledging that our communication requires some facilitation and support for deafblind people to have communication access and to not face barriers. We require co-navigators in order to, okay, I will continue. The co-navigators can support deafblind individuals' access, and we are thrilled to ask all of you to support this bill in the renaming of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to include deafblind individuals, and for the Maryland Advisory Council for the Hard of Hearing as well.
Okay,
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Let's just go down the table. Ma'am, let's continue. There you go.
All right. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Ushala DeBerry. I'm the Director for the Governor's Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and I'm here to express strong support for SB 665. This bill updates the name of our agency to this Office of the Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, just as Eddie shared. And similarly, the name Maryland Advisory Council on the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, to make sure it includes deaf blind in that same title. This change reflects a long overdue acknowledgement of the deaf-blind community as an integral part of our statewide mission. Although SB 665 does not change our legal statutory duties, staffing, or program, it has a meaningful impact. It honors the identity and the lived experience of deaf-blind Marylanders, and this makes it a formal inclusion into the naming of this office and our advisory council. And it clarifies our mission for the public and our partnership with agencies, statewide agencies. It improves accessibility and it reduces confusion about who we serve. It ensures that our organizational titles are fully inclusive and representative. It continues with best practices in equity and civil rights. This renaming brings state law into alignment with the communities that we serve and recognize the full scope of our commitment to ensuring accessibility, culturally competent service for the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report for SB 665. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We go to our final witness on the table.
Hello, my name is Catherine Fogarty. I go by Kitty. Thank you, members of the committee. I hope that here we can acknowledge the importance of changing the name of the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to include deafblind individuals and calling it the Office of the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. This would have a meaningful impact for those of us who live in Maryland. I have been a beloved Marylander since 1995, and since then, the deaf community and the deafblind community have been kind of separated. Often we have not been able to work together, and finally, we are starting to see how important it is for deafblind people to get the access that they need to ensure their rights, similar to their deaf and hard of hearing counterparts, to be included and generally, and to not have, by not having the name in the title, it inadvertently excludes us and does not, it isn't easy for Marylanders to know that the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing serves deafblind people too. We want to work in unity, not be excluded, and we want Maryland, the Maryland, DC, and Virginia area to, just like Eddie mentioned, this change is long overdue. And to change the title from the Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing to Office of Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing to help remove some of the barriers that we have faced and have caused a lot of struggle in deafblind people's lives, and to look at all of us as one community is vital. We work together, and it is not helpful to have us excluded. In terms of education and career opportunities, it would have a positive impact on us to have access and to have our needs met in order to thrive and to reduce discrimination. So having the governor's office recognize deafblind individuals as people that they serve is an important step to all of us working together. It's important to me, and it should be important to everyone. Thank you for listening to our statements, and I hope that you can favorably report on this Bill 665.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this panel of favorable witnesses or the sponsor, Senator Harris? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 665. We're going to turn next to Senator Hester for two bills. Do you have a preference on which one we start with? Okay, we're going to start with Senate Bill 720, and I'm going to call you've got two witnesses, 3, 4, okay, we've got Michael Wong. Is Mr. Wong here? We have a virtual witness as your sponsor panel, Richard Kincaid. Is Mr. Kincaid here? And Lauren Lamb is also virtual. So we'll first bring up your two in-person sponsor panelists, then we'll go to your two virtual witnesses, and then we have a few additional witnesses as well. So Senator Hester, we're on Senate Bill 720, and is Michael Wong or Richard Kincaid here? Okay, Mr. Kincaid, why don't you have a seat?
Thank you very much, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, here to ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 720, the Artificial Intelligence Readiness Schools Act. This legislation marks a critical step in ensuring that Maryland's public schools proactively and responsibly integrate artificial intelligence into education, preparing students for the future workforce, while equipping educators with the necessary tools and knowledge. Colleagues, we heard a version of this bill last year, and over the interim, well, there's a couple things. First, we managed to get a small amount of money from Morgan State to do an assessment of all of our LEAs, and I'm going to share a bit about what that assessment found this year. We also had a stakeholder group of probably 20 to 25 folks who met, monthly throughout the interim, and I'm hopeful today that what you'll see today is a really strong bill driven by consensus that we can get out of the committee this year. as you may recall, artificial intelligence offers many unparalleled opportunities for educators. It can streamline downstream administrative tasks, such as lesson planning, grading, and assessments. For students, AI-powered tutoring can provide personalized one-on-one learning support and also help with our English language learners. And for schools, AI greatly expands, career exploration, adaptive instruction, and really helps to achieve that every child can receive a high-quality education. On the other hand, this powerful technology comes with risks. AI can, without proper oversight, AI can reinforce inequities, compromise student data privacy, lead to over-reliance on automated systems, and students may struggle without proper instruction how to really continue to use AI effectively and maintain their critical thinking skills, which is so important in today's classroom. So one of the things that you should have here is a study from Morgan State, and I'm just going to draw your attention to the results. The Director Kofi wanted to be here, but he couldn't make it past 2, so I'm just going to briefly share some highlights with it. This one of the LEAs, covered, went out to 24 of the state's 24 county and city school systems, and we had a decent number of responses. And this one in particular, we did a separate one on teachers, but this one was central office staff and learning supervisors and coordinators who responded. And at a very high level, we asked questions like, is your school system currently using any form of AI in instructional settings? And about 60% of them were. We asked, does your LEA provide students with instruction on how to learn with AI? And about 70% of them said no. So you've got diametrically opposed things there. About 30% of them were working on policies, and about 30% had them actually adopted, which was higher than I thought. And about 40% of them were offering some level of professional development to their staff, which I thought was also pretty good. When we asked them questions about what they were concerned about, lots of them were concerned about potential bias and inequity, and over 70% were unsure of what steps their school system was taking to minimize bias and inequity. And so it just goes on to paint this picture that while there are different school systems using artificial intelligence, it's kind of all over the place. And without kind of the state setting some standards, our schools could face disparities in AI readiness and opportunity. There were, both rural and urban districts that were doing a lot of active engagement with AI, and others where there's almost none. It was also concerning that this high engagement does not necessarily mean higher quality implementation. And so I really feel that without clear statewide direction, these differences risk creating a new achievement gap as we really want all of our students to succeed, and they all need to enter the workplace, and the workplace is now being driven by the AI economy. And so establishing these statewide standards will ensure that every student, regardless of zip code, has access to meaningful AI education. And so what does this bill do? Basically, it aims to provide that stable foundation which ensures that all school systems are on track towards AI literacy in a consistent manner. Specifically, the first thing it does is to task the Department of Education with providing guidance. Well, the State Department has actually already done that, and I'm sure Mr. Kincaid will talk about that shortly, so check 1 for that being done. It then requires each local school system to adopt policies aligned with the department's guidance. And so that makes sure that we have buy-in at the local level. It also establishes coordination within Maryland schools and asks that Morgan State, upon request, help them in using an MSDE developed rubric to look at any tools that they're currently using to make sure that they work with our state standards. It also requires that AI literacy is implemented into statewide workforce preparation standards and included in teacher professional development. Last but not least, it creates a 2-year collaborative where all of the stakeholders can continue to get together to study and to provide recommendations and learn from each other while this field is rapidly evolving. Everyone should have a copy of the consensus amendments from my office. These take in almost all of the final comments from our large stakeholder group, as well as MSDE, to ensure that the bill actually works. And what these amendments do is that just they clarify that AI guidance in education must be connected to computer science. They require that all the guidance comply with student privacy and accessibility standards. They specify that the local school system AI coordinator will be a central office person, not a teacher. And they remove the requirement that the department develop this list of prioritized AI tools. And instead, we have the department creating a rubric that the LEAs can use. Finally, it clarifies that the department is going to help provide the professional development, but we do not prescribe a timeline or format, so we let the department lean into that. And then we expand the membership of the collaborative. Several people wanted to get on, and we included a 2-year sunset at MSD's request. What these amendments do, colleagues, is they bring the fiscal note down. It's gone down to, according to MSD, $750,000. I thought it was going to be closer to $500,000, but you know, it does cost something. We'll continue working on that, but we have cut it substantially. And so I guess with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Kincaid and just really thank him for working through a lot of stakeholder meetings with us and for being here to support the bill today.
Before Mr. Kincaid starts, is Mr. Wong here? Okay, he's not available. Okay, Mr. Kincaid, the floor is yours, and then we'll take a couple of virtual witnesses as well.
Great, thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chairman Kagan. For the record, my name is Richard Kincaid. I serve as the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of College and Career Pathways at the Maryland State Department of Education. I want to begin by thanking Senator Hester for her leadership on Senate Bill 720. Her efforts made this process as collaborative as possible, and we both note that and sincerely want to give our appreciation to her for that. The bill has prompted productive conversations across MSDE, local school systems, and state partners around a shared goal, ensuring that artificial intelligence is implemented in Maryland schools safely, responsibly, and in a way that strengthens teaching and learning. That shared focus has meaningfully advanced the work already underway by MSD and the State Board of Education. At its core, SB 720 recognizes a simple reality. Artificial intelligence is already embedded in tools our students and educators are using every day. The question before us is not whether AI will exist in our schools, but whether it will be governed thoughtfully. Maryland has already established a comprehensive statewide framework grounded in human judgment, equity, privacy, academic integrity, and continuous improvement. The bill reinforces that direction. The amendments before you address several of our concerns while preserving the vision of the bill. First, the amendments clarify MSD's establishes statewide guardrails, guidance, and support, while local education agencies remain responsible for selecting, evaluating, and administrating specific tools. Second, they strengthen our focus with ongoing role-specific professional learning. And third, they refine the structure and purpose of the collaborative so that it complements existing state efforts, and we appreciate that it sunsets in 2 years. With these amendments, MSD is supportive of Senate Bill 720. We believe this approach keeps our students at the center, reinforces safe and equitable AI implementation, and positions Maryland to lead responsibly in this rapidly evolving space. Therefore, we respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 720.
Any questions for Mr. Kincaid? Yes, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. You said it sunsets in 2 years?
Yes, sir.
And why does it sunset in 2 years with the fastly and evolving rate of AI that seems to change every year?
It sure does. And as we begin the process, there are a number of things that having these stakeholder sessions and the feedback will be incredibly supportive of. There are a number of things, as you know, when you start a new program, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Mm-hmm. Once we get to that 2-year mark, certainly, and we shared with Senator Hester, we would be open to having other conversations if that needs to continue. Okay. But we want to make sure to time box it so that we can remain focused, mission-driven, and know sort of what we need to do in a set amount of time.
All right. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hester, thank you for this bill, and I also appreciate the work that you've done as well. When we talk about artificial intelligence. First of all, I wish there was a better term than artificial intelligence because it sounds fake and then people don't trust the source, but that's another conversation. But we talk about equitable access, which I agree, and that should be a focus. But we also, there's two other issues, and Senator Hester, you touched on it a little bit in your testimony, but I'd really like to hear from you as the sponsor. One on the accuracy, so that, you know, if we know this is to be a tool for student learning, number one, you know, how to ensure that accuracy, and number two, how to, and maybe this is something that is with teaching, how to impart that this is a tool and not a replacement for your own thinking, your own student learning and development. And I know we all have had different experiences. For instance, I started on my Senate scholarship form because I require an essay to actually put on there, if you use artificial intelligence, give me the source. So I'm, you know, and my expectation is that it's okay. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm saying use it as a tool, but I still expect a customized product. How do you address both, number one, the accuracy issue, but then also that it's really a tool and not a replacement for student learning?
Well, I'll give it a shot, and then I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent, as he knows more about teaching than I do. Just personally, like, I'll give you an example. I used, ChatGPT to help my daughter look for like every single vet school, which, within a certain radius, right? And so it gave us 10 schools. And then it gave the same name of the same school at like 2 different colleges, or the same college at 2 different schools. And so we used that. We said, okay, this might be 90% right. But then we double checked it, and so it's not always accurate. But I think that that's part of that critical thinking where you have to, use it as a tool and then go back and check some things, and hopefully it's going to get better. On the teaching side, I mean, that's the #1 concern that we did 2 surveys, one of the central office staff and one of the teachers. The #1 concern of the teachers was that this was going to replace learning, and kids were using it for cheating. And I think that I don't know how to address that yet, but I think that there are methods emerging, and that's why it's so important that we teach our teachers have access to that professional development so they can go into their school classrooms and say, like, hey, this is a tool we're going to use, and this is how we're going to use it, and that they know, as much or more than the kids do. It's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, I think all of your questions are the exact learning opportunities in a classroom, right? And when we think about artificial intelligence, you have to test what comes back in the model, right? Because it's not always right. Sometimes it is artificial, right? And so when teachers are using this to enhance the lessons that are happening, I was a former debate teacher. What an incredible way to pressure test an argument, to maybe think about what other sides of an argument might be, and to then test those based on the things that a student may already know, but also use it as a way to present to the student things that require further learning, right? So that's one. I think two, I love how you structure the application for your positions, because part of the guidance that we believe is most powerful, we know AI is going to be pervasive. Students need to understand how to cite it and to acknowledge when it's being used and how. And that can also be a learning experience between the teacher and the student. It also requires the student, just like any other source, to test its veracity, but also acknowledge that it's actually there, right? And then from our instructional staff, this also provides a learning opportunity. As Senator Hester mentioned earlier, our instructional staff are on a spectrum of use. Some have it in an Apple Watch and they didn't realize AI has been on their wrist for 5 years. Others use it every day in the classroom already as ways to seed prompts, perhaps for an ELA classroom. a number of other uses, right? And then most teachers are somewhere in the middle. And being able to provide professional learning that level sets what we mean when we say large language model, agentic AI, the different uses, and then give them specific examples of how it could be used to elevate their instructional practice. So when you teach this particular content standard, here are some examples of how AI could be utilized in order to either differentiate that for students or to enhance learning, right?
So I guess just to reaffirm, and I guess to get you on the record, that there will be a focus on using, with both on the teaching side and the student learning, that it's a tool and not a replacement for your own, thinking through issues, and especially when it comes to writing.
There is no replacement for the subject matter expert standing in front of a classroom. AI is certainly not that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a good way to, okay. We have additional sponsor panel. Oh, yes, Vice Chair Kagan. Well, here, let's get the two virtual witnesses that are part of the sponsor panel, and then we'll take your question. I'd like to keep this moving. Is Kofi Nyarko here? Okay. What about Lauren Lamb from? Oh, Ms. Lamb, why don't we take your testimony, then we'll take questions from, starting with Vice Chair Kagan. Ms. Lamb, you're going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Okay, thank you. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. I'm Lauren Lamb with the Maryland State Education Association, proudly representing 76,000 educators across our state. Educators are grappling with the rapidly changing artificial intelligence landscape. The use of AI in education must be safe and equitable, balancing its benefits for learning while mitigating risks. We appreciate Senator Hester's willingness to collaborate on amendments, and we believe the following principles must guide the use of AI in schools. First, students and educators must remain at the center of education. The collaborative convened by this bill includes groups representing students, families, and educators, and its reports will ensure that guidelines are based on the needs of those who will interact with AI in schools daily. Second, evidence-based AI technology must enhance the educational experience. The statewide guidance and local policies under this bill will ensure that we're intentional and strategic about how and when AI is used in school, based on research and best practices rather than individual judgments. Third, ethical and equitable use of AI tools, including strong data protection practices. As amended, this bill requires MSD to provide guidance and the rubric to school systems for evaluating AI tools and ensuring that they're compliant with federal and state privacy and accessibility laws. Finally, educators need ongoing education with and about AI. And as amended, this bill would require professional development for educators that covers AI use cases and ethics, including privacy, academic integrity, and preventing overdependence. We request one additional amendment clarifying that this training will be job embedded, paid, or eligible for licensure credit. This is a timely and evolving issue, and we appreciate the opportunity to work on a strategy that will help our schools adapt. We ask the committee to issue a favorable report with these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lamb. Let's take some questions, starting with Vice Chair Kagan. Again, this is still part of the Senator Hester's sponsor panel, so let's.
Mr. Moore?
He's not on the panel. We'll take the.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Senator Hester, Ms. Lamb, I don't know whether, and this may be an unanswerable question, but I'm going to try. First off, as Senator Carrozza said, thank you for the bill. Thank you for your thoughtfulness on this and so many other issues. The 1 year from the effective date of this bill, July 1 or June 1 of 2027, the teachers have to have been engaged with training. How do we make sure that our teachers are ahead of our students in this? Because in biology, the teacher probably knows more than the students. In math, in social studies. This one's hard because the students are already using it, knowing it, learning from it, applying it. And some teachers surely are, and examples were given, and others are probably a little cautious or nervous about it. How is that going to work? How's that going to affect the pupil-teacher dynamic? And is there ever such a thing as catching up? Lauren, do you want to take that, or am I tossing it to MSD?
Sure. I think
It'd
that
be in the
really highlights-
unanswerable category.
It may be unanswerable. I think it's a conundrum.
It is. And I know from my own experience as a teacher, I didn't know everything when I walked into a classroom, right? And especially high school debate kids will humble you on day one to that notion, right? I think AI is one of those things where we need to make sure that teachers are prepared for the technology that they're going to be faced with, but also at the same time, this is moving so rapidly in so many different places that I think there's a lot that teachers can learn from students and a lot that students can continue to learn from their teachers. And along those same lines, we have some incredible teachers across our state that are already using AI. And so there are ways that teachers can learn from teachers, and many are already doing that, right? I think this is a community approach. It's a community technology. And it's something that impacts everything that we do every day, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Initial questions. Seeing none, we do have again one virtual, one in person. Favor with amendments. Mr. Kincaid, thank you very much. They are not part of your panel. So is Kathy Benson here? Is Ms. Benson here? Okay, you're going to come up, and then let's take our Jonathan Mosen. Bring him back in the queue. Both of you are signed up favor with amendments, and we're going to start with you, Ms. Benson, and each of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? So, Ms. Benson, why don't you proceed?
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I am Kathy Benson, Program Director of the nonprofit Tequity for All, a fiscally sponsored project of the Digital Harbor Foundation. Today, I'm here to testify on behalf of myself. I praise the important work that Senator Hester and the rest of the legislature has taken to ensure that Maryland public schools are AI ready. I strongly support Senate Bill 720, the AI Ready Schools Act, with the sponsors' amendments. This week, MSDE published and presented to their board exemplary state AI guidance, wisely centered on keeping the human in the loop, wherever applying AI. SB 720 lays the groundwork for local school systems to operationalize the state guidance, provide professional development, and participate in the collaborative. I want to share my perspective, informed by my background as an experienced software engineer, a veteran computer science teacher, and a leader of the successful Maryland Elementary School Computer Science Ambassador Program. Educators have legitimate concerns about AI, including student privacy, data security, bias, hallucinations, and the potential for students' over-reliance on it, to name a few. The state AI guidance provides a consistent roadmap for all of us to address such challenges. I agree with the guidance when it says, quote, AI is not a substitute for teacher expertise. Now that MSD has written the guidance, I look forward to the way it prioritizes, quote, ongoing professional development as essential to effective AI use. SB 720 calls for meaningful, substantive professional learning for educators and their teachers. It is vital and urgent that this happens and is funded. Moving forward, we must guarantee equitable AI education. Equity requires that all students achieve AI literacy and that all teachers are ready to support this learning. Only then will students be empowered to shape AI's impact on their lives. The collaborative will serve.
Could you wrap up? We passed the clock, okay?
Will serve as an organizational structure to streamline this work together.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's take Mr. Mosen next. Mr. Mosen, you're signed up favorable amendments. You're the final witness on this bill. Then we'll take questions, so you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Mosen. I serve as Executive Director for Accessibility Excellence at the National Federation of the Blind, and I am blind myself. I use screen readers and a Braille display every day, and I know firsthand what it means when technology works and how disempowering it feels when we're locked out. The National Federation of the Blind of Maryland supports this bill. We believe it must be strengthened. AI is genuinely transformative for blind students. It can describe pictures, it can interpret charts, it can unlock content that wasn't accessible before. This isn't theoretical, it's already happening, but only when the AI platform is accessible by adhering to well-known accessibility standards. If inaccessible AI makes it into the classroom, then blind students will sit on the sidelines while their classmates create, explore, and innovate. That's not equity, that's exclusion. This bill does important things, but it doesn't require AI tools to work with screen readers or Braille displays, although I do note the amendments that have been filed. The concern remains, though, that there does not appear to be a way for experts in the field to verify that accessibility actually exists. And so often we find that this kind of remediation, this kind of decision is made by people who can't actually verify, who aren't end users. So disabled people still need to be a part of that cooperative. People who understand the issues need to be a part of that cooperative for the bill to be successful and ensure that it is accessible to blind people. So we are very positive about this bill, but we would like to see the involvement directly of people with knowledge of people with disabilities so that we're not excluded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mosen. Any questions for our two FWA able amendment witnesses, Ms. Benson, Ms. Mosen? Yes, Senator Hess.
So I just wanted to thank the gentleman who just spoke. It's a very good point. In the consensus amendment, which you may not have, we did include somebody with that kind of unique experience. So I'd be happy to have my office send it, to you and or give you a call, just to make sure that the amendment meets your needs.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 720. We're going to go next to the second Senator Hester bill. And I'm going to turn over to the Vice Chair for Senate Bill 601.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hester is up. 601, cybersecurity standards and compliance alterations. On the panel, joining Senator Hester will be Greg Lehman, Anton Dobora, Michael Klein, Andrew Zuckerman. Both of the last few are virtual, but they are part of the sponsor panel. Melissa Dark, if you want to come up, but we will take you in a little bit.
Madam Vice Chair.
If that's okay, or you want to wait?
I'm happy to take anybody who's here, but I thought most of my panel was online.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, Senator Hester, you may begin.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the EEE Committee, for your consideration of Senate Bill 601. For the record, I'm Senator Katie Fry-Hester from District 9 and also Chair of the Joint Committee on Cyber, IT, and Biotech. The purpose of this bill is to strengthen the cybersecurity protections for our public schools and ensure that they have the tools and the resources necessary to prevent cyber attacks and that they comply with our state standards. You guys have also heard a similar version of this bill before, but we've managed to bring down the fiscal note, I think, quite a bit. I wanted to start by reminding you that this cyber issues pose not only a direct threat to our students, but they also are costly. Schools are also places that store vast amounts of sensitive personal data, including social security numbers, medical records, financial information, and that makes them a prime target for these cyber criminals. A single cyber attack can disrupt learning for weeks, expose students and staff to identity theft, cost millions of recovery offers, and on average, schools lose $500,000 a day for every day they are down. The risks are real and growing. In 2023, Prince George's County Public Schools fell victim to a cyber attack that compromised approximately 4,500 district user accounts. And Andrew Zuckerman, who is the Chief Information Officer of Prince George's County Public Schools, wanted to be here today. He sent a late filed testimony, and I just want to highlight what he says here. He says, for a school system, a cybersecurity breach is more than just a technical issue. It's a disruption to student learning, a threat to privacy, and a significant financial burden to local taxpayers. About Senate Bill 601, he says, flexibility is important. The blueprint for Maryland's future provided essential funding for education technology. However, the current law prioritizes the purchase of digital devices. While devices are important, a laptop needs to sit on a secure network. And so what this bill does is it broadens that use of that funding. He also agrees that we need statewide standards and says that every student in Maryland should be protected by a baseline set of digital security. And he also mentions the assessment. He says the requirement of a biannual cybersecurity assessment like our state agencies do would identify gaps in our infrastructure, and we welcome the ongoing assessment. Also, in 2020, a few years earlier, a ransomware attack hit Baltimore City, and public schools shut down for virtual learning and required $9.7 million in recovery efforts. And then they were targeted in 2025. Baltimore City was targeted again. I also have a note here from Jim Corns, who is the Baltimore County Public Schools CIO. He says, having navigated a massive cyber attack and its recovery, I can attest to the impact of these events that have on school systems. SB 01 seeks to spotlight standards and practices to mitigate these risks. This bill will put in place requirements for the essential security practices that would have most likely prevented the attack I experienced and the year of hard-fought recovery I led. So I think this is what they're both saying is these are the baseline minimum standards, but this is actually what will help to prevent future attacks. Going back to my own testimony, I just wanted to say that, you know, I worked for several years with many folks who you'll hear from, you know, shortly online. But what we found is that the major problem that these school systems face is that they often don't have, you know, the staff or the resources to really dig in and manage the minimum cybersecurity protocols. They've got the limited boots on the ground and limited enforcement capacity. And so that's what we've structured this bill to provide. So specifically, SB 601 establishes that for local education agencies, first, they have to strengthen their cybersecurity staffing and investments. And it requires each county board to identify one person who is a local point of contact for cybersecurity related communications and report this person to our state CISO so they can be in touch. Secondly, it includes that the cybersecurity expenditures related to the minimum standards are allowable in that existing pot of technology money in the blueprint formula. Third, it requires that DO-IT's information security officers, which they have several of, support local school systems upon their request. As drafted, it was they were going to support everybody, and with a DO-IT amendment, it says they support on request, and that brings the fiscal note down. The second part of the bill ensures that we have these statewide cybersecurity standards. So it mandates that each local school certifies to the state CISO that they are meeting these minimum standards. We're not asking them to send us any reports. We just want to say, hey, certify that you are in compliance with the state's minimum standards beginning in 2027. It also ensures that the Department of IT annually reviews and updates these standards to keep up with emerging technology and evolving threats. And mandates that that the school systems do conduct assessments every 2 years to evaluate their preparedness. You all should have the sponsor amendment, which came straight from Department of IT, and we have confirmed with them that this will reduce the fiscal note to 0. So I'm hoping that that will satisfy everyone. In closing, colleagues, I feel that by setting these clear standards, increasing compliance, and allowing some flexibility in spending, SB 601 will help to safeguard Maryland schools, protect student-sensitive data, and prevent these costly cyber attacks before they happen. And with that, I would like to request your favorable report on SB 601 as amended and turn it over to my panel.
Thank you, Senator Hester, for your testimony. Greg Lehman. Why don't you kick us off? You have up to 2 minutes. Thank you for being
Madam
here.
Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dr. Greg Von Lehman, Special Assistant for Cybersecurity at UMGC and staff to the Maryland Cybersecurity Council. My testimony today is my own. Not often emphasized in discussions of school cybersecurity is the fact that there is more at risk than the sensitive data of students, teachers, and administrators, or the availability of online education, as serious as those risks have proven to be. Schools are also part of every local community's social service safety network. When attacks disrupt operations and cause closures, they have cascading impacts across their communities. As a Center for Internet Security, a nonprofit, observed in a 2025 report, quote, schools provide vital services, nutritional support through breakfast and lunch programs, safe spaces for children of working parents, mental health and counseling services, special education and developmental support, community gathering spaces and resources. A parent missing work to care for a child during a school closure creates economic impact. A student missing meals due to cafeteria closures affects her health and ability to learn. The loss of access to counseling services during critical times can have lasting effects on student well-being, end quote. The fiscal note observes that perhaps within the foundation funding, there may be associated trade-offs between cybersecurity and other priorities that are listed there. But here, the unfortunate truism holds, namely, given the cyber threat environment, it's a case of pay now, or for schools and their communities to pay a much larger price later. SB 601 provides a clear roadmap to enhance cybersecurity of school districts. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Mr. Deborah, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of SB 601. For the record, I'm Anton Deborah, Executive Director of the Johns Hopkins University Information Security Institute in Baltimore, and I'm a member of the Maryland Cybersecurity Council. SB 601 addresses a real and growing risk to Maryland students, educators, and communities. School systems across the country, including here in Maryland, have been targeted by ransomware, data theft, and operational disruptions. There have been at least 3 consequential cyber attacks on school systems in Maryland over the past 5 years or so, including in Baltimore County, Prince George's County, and just last February in Baltimore City, as was mentioned. These attacks have shut down school operations, exposed sensitive student records, and forced districts to divert scarce resources to emergency recovery rather than education. This bill takes a pragmatic and measured approach. It does not demand perfection or impose unfunded mandates. Instead, it establishes minimum cybersecurity standards, requires regular maturity assessments, and critically pairs those requirements with technical support from the Department of Information Technology. That combination of standards, accountability, and assistance is exactly what is needed to raise the cybersecurity floor statewide. Importantly, SB 601 recognizes cost realities by allowing cybersecurity investments to be funded through existing education technology allocations and by phasing implementation. The bill helps districts improve security without destabilizing their budgets. In cybersecurity, modest, well-targeted investments in prevention are far less expensive than recovering from a successful attack. SB 601 will help ensure that Maryland school systems meet baseline expectations for cyber preparedness, protecting students, staff, and public trust. I strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Deborah. Senator Hester, I think you said that Andy Zuckerman is not available to join us today.
Correct.
Prince George's County Public Schools, former Montgomery County Public Schools. Good guy. So next up, Michael Klein.
Hi.
You have up to 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Klein. I'm the Senior Director for Preparedness and Response at the Institute for Security and Technology, and I'm here speaking today in my personal capacity in support of Senate Bill 601. I spent the last several years working in K-12 cybersecurity and the last 20 years in schools, first as a classroom teacher and an IT director in a school district, and most recently leading the U.S. Department of Education's cybersecurity policy. I've responded to incidents in the White House Situation Room. I've briefed leaders from across 41 states during the Power School breach, and I've had the opportunity to support CISOs through the experience of ransomware attacks where school districts are shut down. What I want to say today is this: every week, 5 school districts somewhere in America experience a cyber incident. As we know, Maryland is not immune. And when those incidents happen, it's not just data that's compromised, as others have said, it's the ability to serve students with disabilities, to feed children breakfast, to transport students safely to school, or even to unlock classroom doors. And this is an unfair fight. We're asking school districts to protect themselves against transnational criminal actors, largely by themselves. And oftentimes when districts get breached, they've done nothing wrong. In the case of Power School, school districts are relying on third-party vendors that they've entrusted with their data, and those data are not being protected. What Senate Bill 601 does right, I think, are 3 critical things. First, it establishes minimum cybersecurity standards. Right now, the 24 school systems each decide their own baseline. Some have a dedicated CISO, but in some districts, it's the superintendent who drives the bus and fixes printers on the weekend. We need a floor that protects every district. As others have said, we also need state support, and this allows DO-IT to provide that kind of support and technical assistance. And third, it creates an authorized expense for districts to use the blueprint to do that. I guess a few things as I wrap up. You don't notice critical infrastructure until it fails. Water comes out of the tap, electricity comes out of the socket, and schools run. And in this case, this bill will help to make sure that the state can enable all school districts to stay up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Melissa Dark, are you with us? Okay, Melissa Dark is virtual, but unfortunately not available. Are there questions for any of these witnesses? I see Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Hester, thank you for this bill. And I was going through trying to kind of keep up with the amendment that you worked with the Department of Information Technology, which I then understand reduces the state costs. I wanted to ask, and as I'm going through it, just to kind of understand the gist of the bill, which would be, as I understand, first of all, each local school system having a designated person specifically for cybersecurity, and what was just discussed in the last gentleman's testimony about having these state minimum cybersecurity standards, so some standardization. So I kind of understand the value and the, I think, no cost of those. I guess my question is, what, in addition to that, what is the role and the expense on local school systems?
So going back to where you started off, Senator, with the point person, I don't think that this bill requires them to hire somebody. It just requires them to designate somebody. And that person can then work with the state CISO or the director of local cybersecurity, which is a bill this committee passed 2 or 3 years ago. I think that the cost of the cybersecurity really depends on the assessment. And you know, the Department of IT now has numerous ISOs that like support our different agencies. They also have members of the National Guard who we pay state active duty to do. So they could come in and the school system could request an assessment against the standards for free, right? Because that is something that we could provide at the state level.
So the process would be you have a designated person, not necessarily a new hire. Do you then have these state minimum cybersecurity standards that are developed with the Department of Information Technology?
There already are state standards.
So you have the standards, then
there would be an assessment.
Then each local school district would be required to have an assessment, and that could be provided by the Department of Information Technology as well as the National Guard or others?
Or others. I mean,
Okay.
I think that if they're looking at, they could kind of self-assess. I mean, it doesn't say who has to.
Okay.
We just need, the state wants somebody to sign a letter that says, we have certified that this school system has looked at these, key variables and they are in compliance, with that. To get to your point about cost, I think where the cost comes in is what that assessment finds.
Okay.
And so if they then need to purchase software or do something differently, there could be a cost associated with that. And then you go back to when in the blueprint, we have a state portion of that formula that I worked on with budget and tax, which at that time was like $188 per student that doesn't have a local match, that just goes to the school system. And at the time of when we passed the blueprint, that was going to cover like the Chromebooks and, and broadband access and something else. And so what we're saying is that if there is a cybersecurity need, that the school system could also use those portions of the blueprint if they want to fix the cybersecurity thing.
So they would have that option.
They would have that option, yes.
Okay. All right. And so it's really going to be on an individual basis depending on the assessment.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the sponsor of the bill? Seeing none, I want to thank the virtual witnesses and Senator Hester. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 601. Next up is our wonderful chair, Senator Feldman, Senate Bill 841. Maryland Energy Administration, renewable energy projects, generation projects, alternative compliance fee auctions. And with Senator Feldman is going to be
Okay.
Josh Feldmark, John Fiastro, Evan Vaughn, and Mr. Chair, I assume that our Administrator, Kelly Speaks-Bachman, should be on your panel as well.
She's on the panel.
Okay.
And I'm also the gentleman who drafted the bill just for technical purposes. I'm gonna bring Devin Dotson up here as well because there's some technical aspects of this. I know it's a little unusual, but he's here purely for questions that are technical in nature.
Perfect.
He's not here as any kind of an advocate or anything like that.
So
Okay, we ready?
we are ready, Mr. Chair. You may
let me,
begin.
and we do have a very distinguished panel, and let me just, before I describe what's in the bill, a little background that I think is pretty important. Obviously, as we've discussed many times in this committee, last year, this year, from a supply-demand perspective, one of the ways we can get some downward pressure on our energy bills is to find ways to produce more in-state energy. And we've made some strides last year on that front with some major legislation. Renewable energy, solar, battery storage, in particular, coupled with battery storage, is right now, I would argue, the fastest, quickest, cheapest mechanism to get new power on the grid. At the same time, we have a renewable a portfolio standard that was created over 20 years ago, has lofty goals in terms of requiring a certain amount of renewable energy be produced in this state by specified dates, 50% renewable energy by 2030, 14.5% of that in a solar carve-out. I was actually the lead sponsor in the 2019 Clean Energy Jobs Act that set those goals. And, for multiple reasons, we are simply not producing enough to get to those percentages. And if you may recall, earlier this term, we passed the Brighter Tomorrow Act back in 2024 from then Senator Elfreth to basically make some modifications to the renewable portfolio standard. And at that time, we sold that as a 3-year bridge to basically jumpstart the renewable energy projects that are now facing some additional headwinds due to the rolling back of critical federal tax credits, investment tax credits under the One Big Beautiful Bill at the federal level. So with that background, we really do, and I know it's a theme of the session, but we must use every opportunity to revisit the way in which we provide incentives to build renewable energy. And it's important that we continue to look for new, innovative ways to support the clean renewable energy generation in our state of Maryland, but to do so in the most cost-effective way possible. And there are several ideas already in play to do just that. Senator Brooks had a bill a few weeks ago. We've got some other bills floating around the General Assembly. So Senate Bill 841 that I'm sponsoring with the co-sponsor, Senator President Ferguson, is I would characterize as an innovative, fresh, new way of bringing, I want to bring to the committee for its consideration a concept that has the support with some modifications of our Public Service Commission, Maryland Energy Administration, who are at the table, along with the Maryland Chamber of Commerce and others. And it focuses on leveraging what the alternative compliance payments that so-called ACPs. To refresh everybody's memory about how that works, if an electricity supplier does not meet its renewable portfolio standard obligations in a year, and those percentages that I mentioned earlier are not met, the supplier has to make an alternative compliance payment for that shortfall. That's called short term as the ACP payment. The ACP serves in effect as a penalty for noncompliance with the RPS requirements, and it's an alternative to actually purchasing renewable energy credits from renewable sources of energy. And because those renewable sources aren't getting built fast enough and with enough megawatts to help increase energy supply, the REC prices are elevated and remain elevated. So it's cheaper to simply pay the penalty than to go out and buy RECs. And that is a phenomenon that has been existing for a few years. And so the ACP dollars collected, which were intended at the outset to support the development of new renewable energy projects and not be diverted to other purposes, the amount of money being accumulated in this ACP account, which is part of the Strategic Energy Investment Account, has risen to record levels because it's just economically cheaper to pay the penalty than to go out and get renewable energy credits. And so that number in 2025 has ballooned to $600 million, $600 million, which represents, had that same ACP payment gone out to get the RECs, that would be the equivalent of 600 to 1,000 megawatts of renewable energy that's not on the grid in Maryland. And instead, the $600 million is going in noncompliance penalties into this fund. And so to realign the ACP expenditures with our clean energy goals, we have to come up with a transparent, predictable, and competitive mechanism that converts these ACP dollars into something that's measurable, measurable renewable energy capacity to provide short-term support to these projects. And that's what Senate Bill 841 is designed to do. Now, how does it work? So here's basically at heart what we've designed here. It requires the Maryland Energy Administration, in consultation with the Public Service Commission, to develop, beginning on January 1st, 2027, an annual competitive, cost-effective, low-bid win auction to benefit renewable energy projects in the state by using those alternative compliance payments. It's an annual program now, provides a measure of predictability, but using that money that's been into that fund to, again, leverage it, and then there'll be a benefit, an auction to try to get at that money. Each year, MEA and the Public Service Commission would establish a target for, and there's a methodology laid out in the bill, for renewable energy capacity in megawatts needed to address the shortfalls in compliance with our current RPS requirements, and the megawatts needed to do that using a transparent methodology that is also laid out in the bill. So those targets may include a minimum level of megawatts from each type of renewable energy source, specific procurement thresholds. They'll outline the requirements, who is eligible to participate in this auction. You may have to prove your financial wherewithal, how the bidders must submit bids, delivery deadlines, how the bids are awarded. The developers would bid for funding by promising to generate a certain amount of energy in megawatts for a certain price. And because it's low bid wins, you're basically incentivizing less state dollars as much as possible. So the way it works is MEA will then rank the bids from lowest to highest per megawatt. The awards are issued until this predetermined annual capacity target is reached, or the ACPs that have been allocated run out. And if the capacity target can be met at a cost below that allocated funding, what's left will carry forward to the next year. And so the winners under this low bid auction that I've just described. Again, the winners would be those developers who commit to build at the lowest cost and under strict guidelines developed in legislation. The funding is meant to operate as a one-time grant money, and part of it is to backfill the loss of the incentives that are happening at the federal level under the federal legislation. And so that's one of the goals here, this grant. And the information regarding the winners, the megawatts, the price commitments will be made publicly available within 90 days after the contracts are executed. So there's transparency built into this piece of legislation. There will be a report to the General Assembly on July 1st of 2027 and each July 1st thereafter on the amount of megawatts that were procured through this unique auction, the cost per megawatt for renewable energy allocated in the auction, the number of renewable energy credits created as a result of the auction. And now I will say I'm working with the Public Service Commission, Maryland Energy Administration, on a lot of clarifying amendments on various issues that are highlighted in their testimony. They're favorable with amendment testimony. And so, Madam Chair, that is in effect what the bill does. But I'd rather hold off before taking questions. I'd love to get the panel involved because we've got PSC, MEA, we've got some folks from industry. I know you like, well, you know even those acronyms, I know by this time in year 4 you know who they are.
I do.
So I don't have to say them. But so with that, I'm looking for a favorable on Senate Bill 841, but if we could take the panel, then we'll field questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you care the order, or should I call in the order that they're signed up? That's where I was going to go.
Our MEA director
Yes.
first.
Maryland Energy Administration. Kelly Speaks Backman, why don't you kick off the alphabet soup of experts here? Good to have you back.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. You can refer to me as KSB because I like acronyms. For the record, I'm Kelly Speaks Backman, Director of MEA, here to ask the committee for a favorable report with amendments to Senate Bill 841. Affordability is at the forefront of the ongoing energy discussion taking place in Maryland, and we need additional generation to make energy more affordable. Unfortunately, the state is also falling short of our clean energy goals. We're facing many critical challenges, not the least of which is federal administration that's openly hostile to clean energy. H.R. 1, so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, essentially raised taxes on clean energy projects, making the financial outlook for these projects uncertain, to say the least. And most importantly, it's raising costs for ratepayers. Clean energy, especially solar and solar plus battery storage, is the fastest way to get additional in-state generation online and reduce capacity prices. The PJM interconnection queue happens to be dominated by these resources, and this is why we need a program that is focused on overcoming the loss of the federal ITC, can deploy funding quickly and efficiently, and does so while maximizing our bang for the buck in challenging state budget situation. We believe that Senate Bill 841 can accomplish this. Under the bill, MEA will be able to leverage existing revenue to help offset the loss of the ITC. The program would create this system that the chair described quite well. I won't go into too much detail about it, but where potential generators can bid into a competitive MEA program to provide funding to renewable generation projects, offering the greatest return on investment and overall value. Additionally, we will work with the General Assembly and other stakeholders to make sure to segment the awards appropriately and incentivize various market segments such as community solar or grid scale energy projects that can deliver serious generation capacity. MEA believes that this bid system of grant making will allow us to deploy funds very quickly and efficiently, making it a viable option to bring in-state generation online as soon as possible. We could stand up this program by January 1st of 2027, so the bill could be implemented in fiscal year 27. MEA already has the experience and the existing authority, we believe, under the SEEF statute, the Strategic Energy Infrastructure Fund statute, to offer a variety of grant types, including the structure described in this bill. Grants are well understood by the solar industry and their investors, as well as predictable cash infusions. These grants will return certainty to projects facing the loss of the ITC, permitting them to get the funding that they need to move forward. Funding for the program is already included in the governor's fiscal year 27 budget request, and we have very much appreciated the conversations around our bill and this bill. And so for that reason, in order to effectively combat the loss of this, we urge the committee to adopt the MEA amendments and issue a favorable report.
Appreciate your presence. Josh, you go next.
Can we go to our Public Service Commission,
Of course.
which is our state regulator, Ben
Right,
Baker?
okay. Benjamin Baker, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ben Baker, Senior Commission Advisor at the Maryland Public Service Commission. The commission is favorable with amendments on this bill. This good bill will help streamline taking money that is being generated from the lack of renewable generation to attract generation and renewables to the state, which should have a reinforcing loop on providing energy and capacity for the state of Maryland and hopefully helping solve some of the capacity concerns that are currently in the market. We like the low-cost bid approach to this, and we look forward to working with the Maryland Energy Administration on it in consultation. Yes, so we do have a couple amendments that we would like to have added to the bill, clarifying the role of the PSC in consultation with MEA, other technical amendments that we think would improve how the bid operates as well. But with that, a lot of that is in our testimony, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we could,
Do I go?
Well, at this point, I'll yield to the vice chair. We could go to, let's start with Mr. Feldmark,
That's
Mr.
where I was
Vaughn,
going to go.
and then Mr. Fiastro.
And wrap up with Mr. Fiastro. Okay, Mr.
Great.
Feldmark, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Joshua Feldmark. I'm here with Funk and Bolton on behalf of Chaberton Energy, which is a Maryland-based distributed energy developer. They focus on community solar and storage, and they are, in fact, the largest developer of community solar in Maryland, having had 200 megawatts of community solar in development and more than a gigawatt in the pipeline. In order to frame the truly simple elegance of this program, I think we need to reiterate three particular points. One, and this is something that you guys know very well, we are in the middle of an energy generation shortfall crisis. Two, the SEIF, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, or the Alternative Compliance Payment Fund, is accumulating at an extraordinary rate, and it is not currently being effectively used to fix that primary problem. And so therefore, the crisis that is being caused by a lack of development that is really impacting all of our rates and specifically being felt by low and moderate income households is not being fixed. And then third, the solar industry is on a stopwatch. Since the passage of H.R. 1, which requires the phase out in the investment tax credit, the industry is a crunch to develop as many megawatts as we can under the ITC. So with these things in mind, this program is the one that very clearly and very simply gets the money out the door for the most megawatts generated with the least amount of money. And then with the 11 seconds that I have left, I really want to say something that I think needs to be said, that Chaberton, and in fact most of, or all of my other solar clients, believe very clearly that there needs to be a long-term plan for the RPS program. And whether you believe it's what's presented in the Affordable Solar Act or any of the other alternatives, is that we are neutral on that. And this program does not have to interfere with the long-term plan.
Thank you, Mr. Feldmark. All right. Evan Vaughn, you're up next. Up to 2 minutes. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. We represent large-scale transmission-connected wind, solar, and storage, owner-operators, and developers that are active across the PJM grid, including here in Maryland. I'm going to use my opportunity to first concur with Mr. Feldmark. We do believe there needs to be a long-term solution to investment in renewable technologies in the state, and we are, interested in the various models that are out there. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your sponsorship of this bill. We do think that this legislation would help drive more investment in utility-scale solar in Maryland. utility scale solar is the cheapest form of new energy generation on the grid. And so I'm going to use the rest of my time here to just explain why we still need a program like this to get that cheapest source of energy onto the grid here in Maryland. Capital for any kind of energy project is now being heavily constrained and heavily competitive, both because of the expiration of the tax credit, but also because, frankly, the data centers and other large energy consumers are buying up energy projects. Other states want to see energy projects come across the finish line. And so as my members, these developers, are facing choices into where to put their development capital, Maryland isn't necessarily going to be the state that they choose first, given the relative low level of the solar incentives that exist right now. And so we see this bill as a smart way to reinvest the alternative compliance payment dollars into the deployment of new energy resources in Maryland. And critically, we do need cheap energy in Maryland. There's a lot of talk about the capacity market and how we need dispatchable capacity. The work this committee and the legislature did last year on battery storage will really help with that. But we can't forget that we need energy too. The cheaper we can get just electrons onto the grid, the lower wholesale prices will be, and the less competition there will be for our natural gas resources, which many Marylanders use to heat their homes. And so again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for introducing this legislation, and we are in favor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Chair Feldman, for introducing SB 841. What I would like for this committee to know is that this bill actually reconnects ACP dollars to what their original purpose was. So 20 years ago, in 2004, when the General Assembly passed the original renewable portfolio standard, in that bill was also the creation of the Renewable Energy Fund. And at the time, ACP dollars were the only funding source of that special fund. Subsequent to that, in 2008, we had Maryland enter RGGI, and then we expanded what was then the Renewable Energy Fund to be the Strategic Energy Investment Fund that we talk about so much today. But originally, that idea was that shortfalls in generation, renewable generation, would actually fund new generation to escape that cycle of shortfalls. And so that's what this bill does in massive scale by taking large chunks of money and immediately getting large chunks of generation to match. And so the question is, well, how is that better than what the status quo is or other alternatives? I will say is that by bringing that value, that solar and that generation at scale immediately drives down supply costs. And so instead of just picking kilowatts at a time, we can have megawatts at a time, and ratepayers can benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this bill forward, and we support Senate Bill 841. Thank you.
Let's see, we have Rick Peters or Katie Reaver. Just want to know, are you in the room? Okay, all right, let's see if there are questions for this panel or the sponsor of the bill, and then we'll take our other two proponents who both suggest amendments. Senator Hester, why don't you kick us off, followed by Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. This is a great, really creative bill. I like driving down the cost. A couple of you guys mentioned that we do need that longer-term solution to the RPS. And then I'm reading through this testimony. I don't know if any of you have had a chance, but several people are talking about combining this with the Affordable Solar Act. Has anybody on the panel thought about that, how that could work?
I mean, I think, and I don't mean to step in front of the director, but
Mr. Feldmark, I know that you've written about this. I mean, the two are, in this Senator Brooks's bill, the two do use the ACP money, but in different mechanisms. And again, I think that's part of the conversation we're going to be having with the House of Delegates to ultimately come up with something that makes sense, that will pass both the House and Senate. So I think that conversation is ongoing, but I think, Mr. Feldmark, I think you've actually written a little bit about that.
And maybe if I could just clarify,
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess the question is, I mean, Mr. Feldmark, you said you wanted to have a long-term solution for the RPS.
But can I just, I do want to add one thing. One of the differences, we're not going to have a bill hearing on the other bill, is, as I mentioned at the outset, when this ACP allocated amount of money runs out, or if we don't make the goals, the targets, we're not going to go back to ratepayers for more money to fund the shortfalls. Whereas I will say the other bill so-called non-bypassable surcharge is this bill says there is no such thing. Nobody's going back to the ratepayers for more money to get to those targets, whereas I think there are some other bills, including that one, which is going back to the ratepayers. I would just say that one of the themes of this session is protecting our ratepayers, whether it's data centers, whether it's a program like this, not going back to the ratepayers for more money. And so I think that distinguishes those particular bills. But again, I think that's an ongoing conversation. I mean, interrupt, but I just want to put that on the table.
Yes, no, I like the fact that there's no extra charge on ratepayers in this bill. That's brilliant. I'm asking about what is the longer term solution for for fixing the RPS? Like, and could that part of the other bill work on this? Or we're hearing a bill for Senator Hershey next on RPS.
Right, and Senator Hershey, I see him in the back. I know he's taking copious notes and probably would love to be a co-sponsor of this bill, but if he wants to volunteer when he comes up here. But yeah, look, that is a topic, I will say, the last couple of years, there's been a lot of conversation. That program in 2004, that was over 20 years ago. And other states, of which there are 31, have RPS programs that have become more nuanced, a little more sophisticated. Our RPS system in its current form, I would say, is stale. So this is, a reaction to that. But I think that's a legitimate question. I think it may be beyond the scope of this particular narrow bill. But if Mr. Feldmark wants to weigh in, feel free, or anybody else wants to weigh in.
Go ahead.
All I was going to say is, I think the summary that I don't think any of the bills in front of us are going to solve the RPS concern this year. And I think one of the big reasons, and we've done a little bit of looking into this, is the ACP curve in statute, the alternative compliance payment curve in statute, is on a declining basis, which is fine. That's setting what we're willing to pay as a state for these renewables. But it's lower than other states, and it's apparently not high enough that it would convince somebody to go and basically incentivize new build of renewables with that curve. And so that has been our strategy for a long time. To Mr. Fiastro's point, this bill, the Affordable Solar Act, both of those are trying to do a very similar thing, which is turn these ACP dollars around and basically bring renewables to the grid such that, and then that would have a reinforcing effect, hopefully, of bringing those alternative compliance payments down. But you still have the overarching issue of how do you attract that new generation at the price we're willing to pay? And until we go after, I think, that declining ACP curve or have a discussion on what we're willing to accept there, I think we will probably be having these reoccurring discussions. So yeah, I think as the session goes on, we should probably look at both of these bills in tandem and then discuss how they could come together or not come together, and in terms of how they would work. So
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if that was all sort of the answer. What I will say is that conceptually, the answer to your question is absolutely yes, that they could work together if and only if the timeline of the Affordable Solar Act is shifted forward. The problem now is that because it starts 2018, it then disrupts the predictability for projects that folks like my client have currently in the pipeline. So if you use this program to extend that runway, then have the ASA start in 2020, for example, have the definition of the incentives, the amount of those incentives moving forward developed in that time frame, then that's how those could work together in tandem.
Okay, I think.
I just very quick comment, very quick. Yes, I would just say that I think this bill that we're talking about today will work really well to incent the 230 or so megawatts of solar projects that are in the queue. I think looking at generating new queue positions and more investment beyond that, it's worth looking at the Affordable Solar Act.
Senator Hester, you good? Okay, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just intrigued by this bill. I just want to make sure I have kind of the setup right before I ask the question. So my understanding is ACPs, they still go to SEEP, but then are redirected to these auctions, and you're taking a lower bid. Is that correct, the way it works?
The SEEP is a much bigger pot of money than just the ACP. The ACPs are just a small portion. This is using just the ACP portion of the broader Strategic Energy Investment Fund, which gets RGGI money and a lot of money from particularly that. And so, but this is focused on just that ACP amount of money, which is now, as I say, $600 million, which has never been higher because everybody's deciding it's cheaper to just pay the non-compliance fee than go the other route.
And so this will allow that to be redirected, just that portion.
Right, at a low cost, low bid auction.
Okay, so my question is, during your testimony, you said that's out of that, what is left would carry over to the next year. So my question is, if there is that money left through these ACPs, is there a way that that could just be returned to the ratepayers for that year instead of carried over to the next year?
I mean, I think that kind of conversation is a possibility. I'd have to think about the technical aspects, but I think the reality is most likely that full allotted amount, whether it's 600 million or whatever, is probably going to get utilized, and the bids are going to come in to get to those targets, that capacity target that MEA is going to come. I think it's unlikely we'll end up with a shortfall, to be honest with you, but there could be a mechanism that's puts in place that doesn't carry it forward and maybe redirect it. That could be a conversation we could have here. In all likelihood, though, that full ACP amount, if we want to get to the generation numbers that we're talking about, it's probably going to expend that whole 600 million. But I hear you. It's a fair point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Gallion. Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Madam Vice Chair. Chair, I love the bill. It seems like it's got great potential in doing what we need to do, getting that additional generation here. One of the things that I was looking at the bill, if the accountability of funds now, and if one of the bidders don't meet the goals that were intended, that there will be consequences. I'm told.
Yeah, well, I think in the bill, I think what is envisioned, and if the director wants to, I think there would be, if you make some promises and then you don't come through. First of all, in the bill, there's some bonding requirements, but I think there's some clawback obligations. So in other words, if at the end of the day you renege or you don't do what you said you were going to do to the Maryland Energy Administration in your bidding, I think, and correct me if wrong, the ability to claw back and get that money back is ingrained in this legislation. So I think that's important. We got to hold them accountable. And if it's not clear in there, then we should amend it to make it clear.
Yeah, I was looking at page 8, line 18 to 20, and it was talking about
I'm looking at the guy who drafted the bill.
Finally, we got to put Devin Dodson on
making
the
his
spot
inaugural appearance here.
Mr. Dodson.
I think is that okay, Madam Vice Chair? He has an answer because he drafted the bill, and the
to
intent
be clear,
was,
colleagues, he's not testifying for the bill. He's answering technical questions.
Technical questions.
Mr. Dodson, thank you for being
Devin
here.
Dodson, committee, council. Yes, there's clawback provisions in it, and we actually, in the drafting of this bill, made sure that the Maryland Energy Administration, in consultation with the Public Service Commission, would be able to establish the regulations associated with those. But yes, there are clawback provisions associated.
And if I could follow up, and also saw that there were some, you could allow extensions to a particular.
Correct. So in the case that perhaps there's the perfect example is a supply chain disruption.
Right.
So supplies can't come in. Can we have a couple extra months to meet the goals? That's in the bill as well. Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Colleagues, we're not going to let Mr. Dodson off that easily, are we? Okay, Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You always explain the bills in such a way that those of us who aren't experts understand them. I thank you. I have two quick questions. One, I think it's just to confirm what I understood, but to get it on the record, that the bill would be revenue neutral, meaning no cost to the ratepayers. So I just wanted to confirm and put that on the record. And two, my second question is for Mr. Vaughn, and I think you might have touched on it in one of your answers, but you mentioned the projects in the queue and solar utility, and I wanted just to better understand, have you fleshed that out, solar utility as opposed to solar on farmland? So first give the chair the opportunity to confirm what I thought I heard, and then if you could respond to that.
Well, I'm just envisioning a floor discussion with Senator Hershey about, the genesis of it all, and I know that he's probably back there again taking notes. But this is a fund of money that has grown to 600 that's currently existing, and you could say, well, let's go back to the beginning. Where did the utilities get the money to pay into the fund, the non-compliance? I mean, everything, I guess, ultimately goes at the debate, but that is, going to. I mean, that is. I won't call it circular, but I would make the case that this is an existing, growing fund of money that we want to leverage. And going back to how utilities make money and where they got the money to pay the non-compliance fee, I think is one that we could, have a circular debate. So I would say that this is taking an existing amount of money that continues to grow and leveraging it. I mean, that's as simple as how I see it. And so we're not going back, as is the case in other bills, trying to get more money from ratepayers here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Is that on?
There
we go. Okay, perfect. Is this thing on? Thank you for the question, Senator. I think to clarify what I mean by utility scale solar, these, in my mind, these are projects that are in the PJM queue, so have been waiting to plug in for quite some time now, and maybe subject to the uncertainty of federal policy changes or local permitting decisions. Ultimately, these projects are the best bang for the buck for consumers. Ground-mounted solar is essentially what I'm talking about. So it could be in a field, it could be on a brown field, but fundamentally it's not on a building, which adds cost to the project. And so I hope that answers your question. I'm happy to elaborate more, but that's the short answer.
I can follow up. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions for these witnesses. We thank you all for your expertise. We have two more witnesses. If Rick Peters and Katie Reaver want to come up, we would love to hear from you. And you can go in either order, and you have up to 2 minutes each, as soon as the chairs become available. Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome to EEE.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Katie Reaver. I'm Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs with IGS Energy, and here on behalf of the Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition. The Maryland Rooftop Solar Coalition, or MRSC, is a trade association of about a dozen national, regional, and local companies that are focused on growing Maryland's rooftop market. And I would just say that I agree wholeheartedly with the testimony that we just heard here today. Rick and I are here to talk about a market segment that was not addressed by the previous panel or in the current legislation, and that's the rooftop solar market or the residential market. Although each system that we deploy is pretty small, maybe 8 kilowatts on average on a home, cumulative, we are mighty. We have deployed about a third of all of the solar that exists in Maryland today. And nationally, the residential industry deploys about 1 gigawatt of solar. So, because we are tied to the customer, and the customer's decision to invest their own capital is so central in these projects, this mechanism doesn't work for us. The reverse auction mechanism doesn't work for us. We can't go to a homeowner and say, hi, sir or ma'am, would you like to invest on a solar on your roof? Give me 9 months. There's this auction I need to go to. See if I'm going to bid in your project, see if I win. If I win, I'll come back to you and this is the price. If not, I'll come back to you and this will be the price. Let's wait 9 months and see what happens. We just can't do that. Thankfully, the MEA has a program already up and running called the Affordable Solar. My brain is blanking. Anyways, they have a grant program already up and running for LMI customers. We are asking for an extension of that for non-LMI customers at a smaller level.
Thank you, Ms. Reaver. Go ahead, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and committee. My name is Rick Peters. I'm president of Solar Energy Services. I'm here in support of the bill with amendments. I want to tell you a little about Solar Energy Services because I think we're representative of a lot of rooftop installers in Maryland in the region. We install residential and commercial, institutional, mostly rooftop. We have about 50 employees where we serve Maryland, Northern Virginia, and Washington, D.C. My company is based in Anne Arundel County. This is my 18th year as a business owner running Solar Energy Services. And it's been, certainly, as you can imagine, up and down industry, but we've survived. Our company represents a lot of jobs. Our rooftop industry represents a lot of jobs. And I think that's something I really wanted to highlight here. We have 5 apprentice electricians right now because we can't hire electricians, we got to create our own. So we're hiring young people and putting them through electrical apprentice training. And these are really valuable trade jobs. We also hire, we've got a 10 or 12-year partnership with Civic Works, which some of you are probably familiar with out of Baltimore. They help train at-risk folks to get back into the workforce in energy efficiency and solar and other electrical trades. We've matriculated probably a dozen or so of those people through our organization. We got a handful that still work for us now. We have one that even graduated to go back to school. So I think it's important to recognize the jobs and all the trades people that are part of this part of the industry. And that is a big part of the equity that I'd like to highlight in this industry is those good jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reaver. Mr. Peters, questions for these 2 witnesses? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, and that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 841. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Moria? Okay. Okay, I think we had Senator West and Senator Hershey both here. So Senator West, why don't you, you can pick between the 2. You both have just 1 witness. Okay, Senator West, who was here first? How about that? Okay, let's go Senator Hershey. I invoked his name, and out of fairness, we're going to take Senator Hershey as Senate Bill 706, and then we'll go to Senator West right after that. Senator Hershey, we've got Alex Pavlak on the, well, you're signed up federal with amendments. So let's take Senator Hershey's bill, Senate Bill 706 first, and then we'll take you as an additional witness after that. Senator Hershey, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 706, and you're correct. Took a lot of notes on that last bill hearing. But certainly the one thing I did write right on the top is falling short of our clean energy goals. That's true. We are. So what are we going to do? Let's adapt to that. Let's do something that would not go through such a complex process, but why don't we do something that would immediately reduce energy prices? And it's simple. Just change our goals, right? So, Mr. Chairman, this bill realigns the RPS goals with the eligible sources of generation. Now, again, in speaking about this bill, it's mostly going to be related to Tier 1 non-solar RECs, okay? So it's not necessarily about solar. Why is this bill important? In 2019, the Maryland General Assembly increased the requirements of the RPS to 50% by 2030 for Tier 1 sources, and that obviously increased the goal every year going into 2030. But 2 important things happened since then. In 2022, General Assembly eliminated black liquor from Tier 1. And last year, General Assembly removed waste to energy from Tier 1. So there's been an immediate large-scale reduction of the eligible energy sources that qualify for Tier 1 RECs. After the elimination of black liquor, so here's what we've seen has happened since then. The program's ACP before black liquor was eliminated was about $200,000 in 2021, $700,000 in 2022. After the elimination of black liquor from the RPS, the ACP payments skyrocketed to $262 million. Okay, so it went from 200,000, 700,000, $262 million in ACP payments as a result of eliminating black liquor. And as a result, and that we haven't seen yet, but that huge increase was just of one. Last year, again, we eliminated waste to energy. We can expect to see another huge influx of ACP payments into the CEF fund because we are, again, eliminating a eligible source of generation. So why is that important? What did you just see right there? Everybody back there recognizes that this is what's going to happen. They see this ACP payments and therefore the CEF payments continuing to skyrocket because we can't meet our goals. And that's the only reason why those payments are going so high. Not for any other reason, doesn't have to do with generation in the state or generation outside the state. It's simply because we cannot meet our renewable energy goals. Policy that we created here in Annapolis. We made up these numbers. Senate Finance Committee made up these numbers several years. We came back over and over again, and we're going to increase them. We got to 50% by 2030, not even close to getting our goals right now. Just on paper, it's policy. So as everybody knows, these payment penalties are not absorbed by the suppliers. Okay, so when you're hearing about all this money, and the question was just asked is, well, this doesn't have any effect on ratepayers. If you look at not only ACP payments, but Tier 1 payment, REC payments as well, over $600 million that this policy is costing ratepayers. And that's what they're fighting about in this last panel. Where's that $600 million going to go to? Well, question was asked, do you give it back to ratepayers? Could be a solution. Question was said, why don't we just reduce the goals so we're not having to see these ACP payments made? Where we can have the eligible generating sources are aligned with what the policy is. When you talk about the 2024, if you go back to the compliance year 2024 and what the RPS did, 2024 waste to energy made up 14%. Black liquor made up 32%. Then again, this is of the pie chart that's in the RPS, the PSC's RPS requirements and how they fared each year. 46% made from the two energy generating sources that this bill looks to eliminate and scaling down those numbers. What's left over when you look at it? Landfill gas, 3%, small hydro, 8%. Again, we're not talking about solar. Land-based wind, okay? This is the next biggest item that fills that eligible generating source when it comes to RPS and retiring RECs. Land-based wind was 27%. Okay, land-based wind, we talked about. 1% came from energy generating facilities in the state of Maryland. 1%. So Maryland ratepayer dollars, not only are we paying more money in our rates to the tune of $600 million, but we're also sending those RECs, the payments for those RECs out of state. Ohio, Indiana, Illinois are the ones that are greatly benefiting from Maryland's RPS program because that's where wind energy is being created. And so when RECs are being retired, those are the energy generating sources that are being, not Maryland, 1% in Maryland. So let me be clear about the bill. The bill does not oppose renewable energy. It just simply realigns the RPS goals with the eligible generating sources that we have currently available to us. This isn't a bill about generation. This isn't a bill that seeks to create more generation or anything like that. It just simply looks to lower energy prices for Maryland ratepayers. And I will add, we've had a number of comments, always have comments from legislators about the fiscal notes. If you haven't read this fiscal note, you should take a look at it. It puts together a very accurate but sobering history of the RPS and how it relates and what we've done, the changes we've made, and what it costs consumers and what it costs ratepayers. The last comment, if you talk about, again, what this bill is different than previous bills we had, if you're concerned about the cost of electricity in the state of Maryland, if that's your goal, again, not about generation, not about saving the planet, if you're hearing calls from your constituents that say that their electric bills are too high, this is a bill that you could have passed that would immediately make a difference. And let me say the last comment from the fiscal note. Beginning in compliance year 2027, the significant reduction in the state's Tier 1 RPS requirements is likely to result in a decrease in energy rates, reflecting reduced ACP expenditures. And it adds then, any decrease in REC prices will proportionally reduce compliance costs and ultimately consumer rates. Again, if that's what you're looking to do, if you're looking to say, what can we do to lower energy prices, not return money, not do anything different, but lower energy prices, this is the bill to do it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, takes a lot to come up here, and I appreciate you being here as well, Alex, but, to come up here without a big panel, but to be very serious about something when we talk about where we are with our energy policies in the state of Maryland. There are some easy fixes to that. We get asked about that all the time. What are you guys going to do? What are you guys going to propose? This is simple. It's changing 5 numbers in our renewable energy goals. That's all you have to do. And it will reduce electricity prices for Marylanders right away. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hershey. Because, Alex, you're kind of favorable with amendments. Let's keep, we're going to just stick with Senator Hershey for now. Questions for Senator Hershey? We're going to start with Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Hershey, for explaining the bill and the benefits. My question is, looking at the bill and the adjustments that were made in each category, can you just, comment on that?
Yeah, the adjustments were made to kind of coincide with the removal of black liquor and waste to energy from the eligible energy generating sources. So again, I think you could lower them even further. But in order to give it to, some rationale on the numbers that we had, it's to align with the removal of those 2 generating sources.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions for Senator Hershey? Okay, yes, Senator Brooks.
Senator, how are you, sir? Good, good. Some might argue that this bill sort of undermines the climate goals, decreasing Tier 1 standards, which includes the, solar, offshore wind, that everything that we have been trying to do to mitigate CO2 emissions, we're going to be sort of undermining the Clean Solutions Now Act. What would be your comment on that?
Well, first of all, I would say very clearly that this, again, just deals with Tier 1 non-solar RECs. So it doesn't touch solar. It doesn't touch the solar goals that we have in the state of Maryland, just the Tier 1 RECs. And again, I think that if you look at it from that perspective, what are we doing, as a state to meet those goals? Again, most of the generating sources that meet our RPS are not in the state of Maryland. So when you talk about potentially reducing climate goals, whatever they may be, it's not because of, energy generation in Maryland. We're picking up those generating sources out of state.
Yeah. But the Tier 1 standards includes solar and wind.
Yeah, but it has its own carve out. So that remains intact with respect to this legislation. We're not changing that. We're not changing offshore wind. Offshore wind still has its own carve out as well. This doesn't talk about this. It just talks about the fact that we've made some policy decisions to remove black liquor and to remove waste to energy. We did not adjust our goals when we took those out. And as a result, and that's why it's very clear to everybody that ACP payments have skyrocketed, because there's just simply not enough eligible generating sources to meet our goals. And again, it is a very simple fix that just changes the goals.
Okay, yeah, but Senate Bill, would you agree? Senate Bill 841, we're not going to argue that bill. We'll address those
At some point,
right?
I think we are, but
We shall see.
I think.
Okay, additional
Thank you, Chair.
questions for our minority leader, Senator Steve Hershey?
Yeah.
Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pavlik, you're signed up favorable with amendments. So if you want to, again, you're going to be on the clock up to 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Alex Pavlik. I'm a PhD engineer from Severna Park, the chairman of the Future of Energy Initiative. Our mission is to facilitate the clean energy transition, and our advocacy is numbers. In my world, whenever a development program gets into trouble, we hit reset. We go back to the fundamentals. What's the purpose? What's the goal? What's the vision? This is a good bill. It is updating the RPS to reflect reality, but in my view, it doesn't go far enough. Maryland's top-level goal has been net zero by 2045. This is a sound goal for the International Panel on Climate Change. And it would be a sound goal for Maryland if Maryland were an island. But Maryland's not an island. We're part of PJM. and applying net zero across a political boundary is foolish. Today, Maryland's policy is shutting down relatively clean in-state fossil natural gas plants and importing electricity from out-of-state coal plants. We brag that we are leading the nation in greenhouse gas emission reductions in the electric power sector, while at the same time we are increasing regional greenhouse gas emissions. That's the net effect of our climate programs. Earlier this month, the Baltimore Sun published my op-ed titled, "Where's the Vision for Maryland Net Zero?" Maryland has no vision, in part because we do not have a sound and unambiguous top-level goal. Everything is driven by the top-level goal. My amendment is to reset Maryland's climate goal to align it with the IPCC goal, net zero energy independent Maryland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pavlak. Okay, questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 706. Thank you again, Senator Hershey, for coming in here. We're going to now go to Senator West and Senate Bill 632, and I've got one virtual witness, Tommy Hauschauer, virtually. Is he on the queue? Okay, it's just you, Senator West, on Senate Bill 632.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got the word earlier today that Mr. Tauschauer had a family emergency and he was unable to join us. Okay. But I don't think I'm going to need him because this bill, I don't need experts to come in from outside. I've got 12 experts right around the table who are going to be able to understand this bill. So I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 632, which Senator Hester and I are co-sponsoring. And this is one of my most critical bills this year. In 2023, the state judiciary introduced legislation designed to protect critical personal information about judges from being easily accessible by people who might have evil intent. That bill was not enacted into law. That summer, Judge Andrew Wilkinson, a judge on the Circuit Court for Washington County, was assassinated in the driveway of his home as he arrived home for dinner following a day in court. His assassin was a litigant who had received an unfavorable ruling in Judge Wilkinson's courtroom. I remember being utterly distraught that afternoon and calling my Judicial Proceedings Committee chair the night of the assassination and stressing the importance of enacting a bill to protect our state judges at the earliest opportunity in the 2024 legislative session. In 2024, the General Assembly indeed passed Senate Bill 575, known as the Judge Andrew F. Wilkinson Judicial Security Act. This bill recognized that public availability, both online and in publicly available documents, of home addresses, personal contact information, and other identifying information about judges, their spouses, and their children creates serious safety risks. Senate Bill 575 established a process by which judges and the members of their households could request that personal information not be published and be removed from existing websites and online databases, and created mechanisms to enforce those protections. Importantly, just last week in the Judicial Proceedings Committee, in response to a question that I posed, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Maryland, Matt Fader, stated that the Wilkinson Act has been implemented successfully and is functioning effectively. The program is fully operational and actively utilized. Notably, the provision allowing for redaction of paper records in exceptional circumstances has not needed to be invoked, demonstrating that removing personal information from online platforms has proven sufficient to address safety concerns. I understand that the judiciary contracts out the duty to remove personal information from the internet and that the cost per request is in the neighborhood of $375. A very small price to pay to protect our judges and their spouses and their children. Last summer, something similar to Judge Wilkinson's assassination occurred in Minnesota. A man filled with hatred was able to access personal information about members of the Minnesota General Assembly. He armed himself and then began a round of visits to the homes of multiple legislators. He went to the home of the leader of the House Democratic Caucus and killed both the caucus leader and her husband. Then he went to the home of another state senator and shot the senator and his wife, seriously injuring them. I also had dinner with Senator Kagan about 2 weeks ago, and she told me that she's personal friends with another state senator from Minnesota. This man visited their home and rang the doorbell. Fortunately, the state senator and Senator Kagan's friend had left very early that morning at 7:45. The man arrived at their door at 8:15, and therefore the door was not answered. But the doorbell camera recorded the sinister image of their assassin standing at their front door. Due in part to the omnipresence of social media and their use to convey messages of fury and hatred, these sorts of targeted assassinations are occurring more and more frequently. Deranged people harboring grievances are easily able to learn where public officials live and then target them for assassination. One of the submittals in connection with this bill came from the Brennan Center for Justice. They recently have done a study. They've interviewed 1,700 public officials from all 50 states, and they report that over 40% of state office holders surveyed reported experiencing threats or physical attacks over the past 3 years. It's only a matter of time if we do nothing before a Maryland legislator suffers the same fate as the legislators in Minnesota. We are not immune from the scourge of vituperative hatred spewed out in social media every day. So we finally come to this bill. Senate Bill 632 is intended to provide the same protections to Maryland state officials as Senate Bill 575 provided to Maryland judges. It follows the exact same framework as was used in 575, and indeed I used Senate Bill 575 as the template as I crafted this bill. The only change in this bill is the provision that changes the Department of Legislative Services, charges them with the duty of implementing the bill's provision instead of the Administrative Office of the Courts as provided for in Senate Bill 575. Otherwise, the two bills are nearly identical. So what does the bill do? It establishes an Office of State Elected Officials Information Privacy within the Department of Legislative Service. The office would manage requests freely made from individuals eligible for protection, and they would be the governor, lieutenant governor, the attorney general, the controller, and members of the General Assembly, and former people holding those positions, also members of their households, including their spouses and their children. That's who's covered by this bill. And the bill would prevent the publication of or require the removal of certain personal identifying information from government records and online platforms upon the request of the people protected by the bill. If you don't want protection, you don't have to ask for it. It would set forth clear procedures and timelines for compliance and provide appropriate remedies for violations. Similar to Senate Bill 575, this bill does not limit transparency in government decision-making or restrict access to official public records related to governmental actions. Rather, it's narrowly tailored to protect personal, residential, and contact information that serves no public oversight function, but may expose officials and their families to risk. The bill recognizes that public service should not require elected officials or their families to sacrifice their personal safety. By aligning protections for elected officials with those already provided to judges here in Maryland, this bill promotes fairness, consistency, and security across the branches of government. Now, just before I finish, I want to take note of the fiscal note, which I just saw recently. It's a not insignificant fiscal note. When I saw it, I went back and looked at the fiscal note for Senate Bill 575 2 years ago. In that case, they said the Maryland judiciary could handle implementing the provisions of the bill with no additional cost to the state. Now, we have right across the street a huge new Department of General Services building, full of office space and full of employees. I have to believe that our Department of Legislative Services has sufficient capacity to do what the judiciary has been doing these past 2 years without costing the state hundreds of thousands of dollars. And in connection with that, I point out an amendment that Senator Hester has offered to the bill, which I think is a good one. It's very brief. I'll read it. It's one sentence. It says, a member of the General Assembly may use funds allocated to the member for the offices, for office use, to engage an individual or service to aid in the identification and removal of published personal information. So if we don't want to rely on legislative services to do it, we could spend the $375 from our office budgets to get it done on our behalf. So with that, I present the bill. I recommend it to you. I'm available to answer questions.
Okay, I mean, just at the outset, I mean, you are aware Senator Hester has a bill extremely similar in the same space, Senate Bill 121. We actually had a hearing where state representative from Minnesota testified virtually, who was the next person on the list.
Wow.
She actually submitted very emotional testimony here in the committee just a couple of weeks ago. But that said,
we've talked about that actually.
Yeah.
If the committee is disposed to pass a much broader bill, much wider bill, which extends from the General Assembly to county officials, county executives, county councilmen, et cetera, I would encourage you to take up Senator Hester's bill.
I just want to make sure you were aware of this other bill in the committee in our possession. Senator Hester, then Senator Brooks.
I was just going to thank Senator West for the bill. We have talked about it. I don't know what's going on with fiscal notes because, I mean, mine was a lot broader and had a similar fiscal note to this one. So and Judge Wilkins' acts, I mean, they said they used existing pins and it cost them like minimal amount. So
almost no money at all.
I think there's fiscal note inflation all over the place.
Really? Thank you.
Okay, Senator, with that, Senator Brooks.
Yes, thanks for the bill, Senator. Yeah, I was thinking about the math as well. So you said about 375 per person. Per person.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I was thinking per legislator. Okay, I
And
just back to that time, 188.
Totally couple hundred, less than 200 people.
Yeah, 188. That gives me $70,500. So that fiscal note.
Right.
Yeah, that's just 650,000. Yeah.
I don't know who provided that information to the fiscal note writer, but I think the person was delusional.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, you may.
So, Senator West, I mean, could there be, I think there could be two parts. When I added the bit on about the amendment that you graciously accepted to let us pay for stuff out of our office budget, there's two pieces. There's the first part is getting the information down off of all these existing places where we file our name and address. And that is where the people, I think, come in to have to do all the work. And then the second place, like when you use a firm like Delete Me or something, that is where it's $360 a year. And they go out to all the third-party data brokers and like scrape it down.
Sure.
So I don't think it's possible that the entire fiscal note could just be the cost of Delete Me because we need some staff resources to pull that.
Yeah, it would require people in the various agencies that put this stuff up. For example, earlier this week, I suspect we all checked the Board of Elections. If you go to the Board of Elections and take a look at our filings there, you'll see everybody's home addresses. They're right there. So I shouldn't have said it. But how complicated would it be for the Board of Elections to assign someone to shield that information from 188 people's filings? I mean, we're not talking about a lot of time or a lot of expense. But think what a difference it would make in terms of our personal security.
Okay, Senator Carrozza, why don't we make this the last question?
Thank you. It'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator West, for the bill and for working with Senator Hester. I just want to clarify, just to get everything on the record, that your bill specifically would be handled by the Department of Legislative Services as opposed to the Maryland Secretary of State's office.
Yes.
Number one, and then number two, that it is upon request. So
yes,
a member would have to initiate the request.
Precisely. And the secretaries, I talked to the Secretary of State's people. They came, they were about to cry, and they said, we can't possibly do it. They have a very small office and very few people. So I said, fine, we'll make sure the Department of Legislative Services does it rather than the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, additional questions for Senator West? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 632. Thank you, Senator West.
Thank you.
We're going to next go to Senator Kagan, Vice Chair Kagan, Senate Bill 653. And I've got a couple of witnesses. Part of your sponsor panel is Craig Maloney here, Jacqueline Faulkner, and actually is Chris Parts here? Why don't you come on up here? Those are the three witnesses all signed up. Well, two sponsor panelists, and Mr. Parts is actually straight favorable, so let's just include him on the panel. And Vice Chair Kagan, Senate Bill 653.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. Colleagues, those of you who have been on this committee for several years may remember my repeated criticism of the Board of Architects. I told the story of how a constituent of mine, my friend Craig Maloney, had had his credentials falsely used by someone who used to work with him, and painted the picture of some person who doesn't have the credentials building a deck on the back of your house, and you're having a lovely barbecue and the deck collapses and people are injured or, God forbid, dies. Mr. Maloney, who has a long and much respected company, architectural firm, especially, I might as well do a shout out for you, focusing on historic preservation. He could be sued, he could be vulnerable, and we wanted to address that. So it took several years, but the architects came to me and asked me to carry this bill, which I was happy to do. It just does a couple of things. First, it requires that the counties verify the credentials. So nobody can walk in with phony baloney credentials and try to get sign off on a project. The second is it would give them enforcement capacity that they don't have now. And so they would be able to make sure that there are consequences for someone who commits fraud. There are some minor amendments that we have been working on, and one of them, we were approached and told that there's some people, it's a very small world, kind of an insular world, and so people are reluctant to rat on each other. So the concept that we put in there was the possibility of the architects may set up an anonymous portal for anonymous submissions that the board could look into as a way of making sure that there is an avenue so that we hear about problem children before they cause pain. And I think that's it for me. I will happily take questions in any details, but I really want you to hear from the experts, Mr. Maloney and Mr. Parks. So, Craig?
Is Ms. Faulkner here? She's not here. Okay, I just want to make it clear. Okay, let's proceed. On the up to 2-minute clock.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Craig Maloney. I'm the real Craig Maloney. I'm an architect with CEM Design Architects in Rockville. A few years ago, I received a call from the structural engineer, a friend of mine, asking if I designed a store in a local shopping mall. I told him I had not. He proceeded to tell me that he received a phone call from a county code official about a retaining wall project that had been submitted using his signature and seal. The engineer replied that he had not designed the engineer told the code official that excuse me, I'm sorry, that he had not designed the retaining wall. The plans had been submitted by a building contractor who apparently copied the professional credentials and affixed them to his own drawings. The code official did a check of all of the permit applications submitted by this contractor. He found plans for a residence which had been submitted using the structural engineer's signature and seal, and designs for a store that had been submitted using my signature and seal. I would never have known that my professional credentials were being fraudulently used, but for the coincidence that the code official called a friend of mine. This is a public safety issue because buildings are built without proper design and engineering, and I incur liability because my signature and seal is affixed to a set of plans. I contacted the Maryland Board of Architects and my state senator to report the problem. I found that there is currently no way to track the professional credentials and no penalty for someone caught fraudulently doing so. This bill will change that. It establishes a simple requirement that code officials have to verify the plans submitted were indeed created by the professional who signed and sealed them. It also establishes penalties for fraudulent use of professional credentials. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Maloney. We're going to go to Ms. Parks. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parks with AIA Maryland, representing 2,000 architects across the state. Here to help explain why the bill is needed and requesting your support for this bill. First, this clearly adds the misrepresentation of licensure as grounds for discipline, enabling the State Board of Architects to take appropriate action, which they did not previously have. And it also protects the public from fraudulent practice through notification of a licensed professional. I refer you to my written testimony that kind of addresses how this issue is addressed in other jurisdictions, but I'd like to briefly walk you through the permitting process. Years ago, when I was first licensed, we still submitted paper copies to the permitting department. We hand-stamped the permit documents, wet-signed the documents, and delivered those to the permitting office. Now, my seal and signature is applied to our digital documents, typically saved as a PDF and uploaded to a portal. In many jurisdictions, an expediter submits those documents. For example, just a few days ago, one of my clients submitted documents to the town of Williamsport for permits. There's no human interaction, no verification, and the opportunity now for capturing and transferring that seal and signature is very high. So I want to direct your attention to one of the sponsor amendments that basically adds specificity to the process. And that's basically that the jurisdiction contacts the architect, not just the person who submitted the permit documents. So it's not contacting the expediter, it's not contacting my client, but it's contacting me as the architect to say, did you submit these documents? You're aware of that, and were they under your supervision? This bill simply provides a higher level of public protection against possible fraudulent submission of documents and possible harm, and we ask for your support for a favorable vote on Senate Bill 653.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for Senator Kagan or two panelists? Okay, Senator Hester.
I was just curious. I mean, it's a really interesting bill. Thank you, Senator. Wouldn't this qualify as identity theft under that statute in the criminal law book?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to, but you and I, back in the day when we were EHE and we had all the professional occupations, you may remember that everybody was asking for 10-year approvals, and the architects, because of this case, we said no. We gave them 2 years. They came back. We kept baby stepping them, asking for them to do increased enforcement and increased oversight. This bill would allow them to do that because that wasn't available before. The question of whether that would be considered ID theft is a great question, but whether or not it was, as Mr. Parks laid out, this would institute an oversight process so that we are catching these people, as well as enforcement techniques. So whether they'd also be vulnerable under another section of the code is one thing, but frankly, unless we catch them, identify it, we're not protecting our constituents and we're not catching the bad guys.
Okay.
Okay, additional questions for the panel, including the vice chair? Seeing none, that concludes bill on Senate Bill 653. Senator Harris, I think you're fresh back from JPR. Hopefully you showed them who's boss up there. And we're going to go to Senate Bill 669. And I'm going to call, I do have three witnesses signed up straight favorable. Let me just call them up. Bill Costelli, David Simmons, and Mark Schottinger. Those are the three witnesses on the bill. And so why don't we just do it? And Senator Harris, the floor is yours. Senate Bill 669.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and awesome committee. For the record, Senator Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27, Prince George's, Calvert, and Charles County. We are here to present Senate Bill 669. I'm glad it's not Senate Bill 666, which I just had to do. A small solar energy generating system incentive program, eligibility and generating capacity. Senate Bill 669 is about ensuring the solar project remain a viable source of energy generation in the state of Maryland. In 2024, the governor signed the Brighter Tomorrow Act, which created a small solar energy generating system incentive program, which sought to jumpstart the market by creating solar renewable energy credits. Multiplier for solar generating systems that generate 5 megawatts or fewer located on rooftops, parking canopies, brownfields, and other disturbed lands. Even though there is demand for the program and it has proven to be an effective initiative, the current structure is constrained. The megawatt caps and the requirements that the projects be energized by existing deadlines create a significant pressure in the next 2 years. Senate Bill 669 will increase the capacity for systems with generating capacity of between 20 kilowatts and 5 megawatts from 270 to 540 megawatts. Additionally, Senate Bill 669 would push back the date that that eligibility solar project must be in place into service to be eligible for certification under the program from January 1st, 2028 to January 1st, 2031. These two changes will ensure that Maryland can continue to offer stable, durable market conditions that support clean investment and the development of solar in our state. For this reason, we ask for a favorable committee report on Senate Bill 669. And with that, I'll pass it to my panel and then ask questions.
Okay, Mr. Castelli, why don't you start and we'll just go down the road.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli on behalf of Solar Landscape. They are a commercial and industrial rooftop solar company. We've been here before to talk a little bit about commercial and rooftop solar. We definitely want to thank Senator Harris, Senator Brooks for sponsoring this legislation. And again, without trying to be repetitive, right now in the environment that we are with the energy needs that Maryland has, with the incredible amounts that Maryland has had to pay in the capacity markets, there is no energy provider like solar that can get as many electrons to the grid as quick as possible. And there's no segment of that industry that can do it as quick as commercial and rooftop solar. That provides tremendous ratepayer savings. And we think that bills like this can make sure that these projects continue to provide that ratepayer savings. So with me today are Mark Schottinger. He's the Chief Legal Officer and President of Solar Landscape, and David Simmons. And I'll have them talk more about their business model and how this legislation works. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and all the members of the committee. I'm Mark Schottinger. I'm one of the owners of Solar Landscape. We are the largest commercial and industrial rooftop solar developer here in Maryland. We have 85 projects and hundreds of megawatts of more projects in development that we would like to be turning on in the coming years. All of those projects participate in Maryland's community solar program. We're here in strong support of SB 669 and very much appreciate the sponsors of this bill. This is an important bill because it would continue to incentivize commercial rooftop solar, which is important because solar on commercial and industrial rooftops is uniquely valuable to Maryland ratepayers. That's true because it can go extremely fast to scale, and speed really matters during the energy crisis that we're in. Our projects can be built and turned on big, huge warehouse rooftops in as little as 12 months. The reason they can go so fast is because we interconnect them at the local distribution level with the local utility company, so we can get interconnection approvals in as short as 6 months compared to like a 5-year waiting time for projects that are going through the PJM. We also don't deal with any NIMBY issues because our projects are effectively invisible on rooftops, and we have a rinse and repeat form of site control with our real estate partners. That speed translates into real value. The Brattle Group recently quantified that as $300 million worth of savings for Maryland ratepayers above and beyond what people who participate in community solar would save. That value comes from the speed. And importantly, all of this sort of special value of commercial and industrial rooftop projects was recognized by the General Assembly when they implemented the SREC multiplier and the Brighter Tomorrow Act in 2024. So really, we're just here asking that that be extended. That multiplier has worked. The program is half full, so it's doing its job, and we just want to extend it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. It's good to see you all again. My name is David Simmons, also testifying on behalf of Solar Landscape. And just a big thank you to Senator Harris and Senator Brooks for their support of this bill. I had remarks written in advance, but after the discussion on Senate Bill 841, I would just like to say there's a lot of discussion about that we're not hitting our goals and we're having a hard time bringing projects online. I think that this program has really been an exception to that rule and has been an example of a success we've had. Right, this program was only implemented 1 year ago. It's already 43% full, and there's 116 megawatts of accredited projects already. That's megawatts of projects that have already turned online, which is really, in my mind, a success story. Having said that, Senate Bill 669 is here to make sure that momentum continues. So, on the first hand, increasing available capacity is important, right? We're already at 43% with the impending ITC deadline. As certain others have discussed today, developers are racing to build projects as quickly as possible. I could very easily see that bucket filling up entirely, sooner than we might otherwise have expected. And then second, Mark mentioned our 12 to 24 month development timelines. We're already at the point where that end of 2027 sunset date is starting to be a challenge, right? Where projects aren't actually going to be able to turn online by then. And so even though we think they might technically be able to get this multiplier, they won't actually be able to in practice. And so, those two simple fixes, right, extending the sunset date and expanding the capacity, will enable more of these commercial and industrial rooftop projects, which are uniquely positioned to solve a lot of these problems we've been talking about today about rising ratepayer costs and not being able to get enough renewables on the grid. This bill would be able to, help to solve that problem. So we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Senator Brooks.
And so, question to you. So all this bill is doing is basically two things. It is doubling the allowable in-state generation capacity, and extending the additional time for investors to qualify for the place that particular project in service by 3 years.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a very long read. It crosses off one number and writes another one, and then crosses off another number and writes another one.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Additional questions for this panel or Senator Harris? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 669. And Senator Kramer has arrived in the House just in time to present Senate Bill 590. And Senator Kramer, I've got Dave Grossman, Michelle Dietz as your sponsor panelists, and we have one additional witness, Alex Pavlock, signed up straight favorable.
Chair, I didn't hear which of the two bills did you want?
Well, you've got two. You've got Senate Bill 629, but this is Senate Bill 590.
That's what you want now?
Yeah, I think I called, again, Dave Grossman and Michelle Dietz, who are right there. And Alex Pavlock signed up straight favorable. Come on, Alex. Your only witnesses on the bill. Why don't you take a seat? Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 590, and then we'll go to Senate Bill 629 next, okay? So we're at 590 right now.
590. Thank you, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Ben Kramer to introduce Senate Bill 590. Colleagues, this bill directs the Department of the Environment, in collaboration with key state agencies and stakeholders, to complete a study evaluating the potential design and implications of implementing an economy-wide cap and invest program, a timely and critical step necessary to meet Maryland's climate targets and long-term environmental and economic goals. Here's a very important piece of that. The Maryland Department of the Environment's December 2023 Climate Pollution Reduction Plan, submitted under the Climate Solutions Now Act, explicitly identifies an economy-wide cap and invest program as essential. The CPRP includes cap and invest as a potential new funding source necessary to generate at least $1 billion annually in new state investment to achieve climate goals. The plan states that such a program requires polluters to reduce climate pollution and buy emission allowances for the emissions they produce, and that revenue from the sale of allowances would go into CEF to fund the investments described in the plan. The funding section of the CPRP notes that expanding cap and invest would expand Maryland's existing and successful cap and invest program by extending coverage of emission sources beyond fossil fuel power plants. This inclusion underscores the department's judgment that existing policy tools alone are not sufficient to close Maryland's emissions gap and achieve the ambitious statewide goals that we have in place. The Maryland Commission on Climate Change, the state's primary advisory body on climate matters, has also recognized the need for this study. And colleagues, that's what this is. It's a study. In their 2024 annual report, they recommended that the General Assembly authorize a study, that's what this bill is, to evaluate the design of an economy-wide cap and invest program built on Maryland's existing regional greenhouse gas initiative, cap on power plant emissions. The commission explained that Maryland is currently, quote, currently not on track to meet the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions as currently scheduled, unquote, and that an economy-wide cap and invest can put the state on a pathway to achieve its climate goals. The report further emphasized that without additional policies, cap and invest or something similar that puts a regulatory cap on emissions from major polluters and invests approximately $1 billion annually in priority decarbonization products that can in fact put the state on a pathway to achieve its climate goals. The Mitigation Working Group, a technical body that develops emissions reduction recommendations for the MCCC, proposed draft language supporting legislative action on a cap and invest program. In its draft recommendations, they stated that Maryland should explore the lead of California, New York, and Washington and others in developing an economy-wide cap and invest program to build on our already successful programs. Pardon me. This bill does not, colleagues, does not mandate implementation of a cap and invest program. Rather, it authorizes a rigorous expert-led study to evaluate the potential design and structure of an economy-wide greenhouse gas cap and investment framework, the implications for emissions reductions, impacts on energy affordability, and Maryland households and businesses, and how such a program could be integrated with federal policies and existing state initiatives. Authorizing this study now will provide all of us with the objective information needed to assess whether Maryland should, whether we should adopt such a framework, ensuring informed, data-driven policymaking on one of the most consequential climate policy decisions before this body. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to vote favorably and support this study. And again, colleagues, this study has been recommended repeatedly by the groups we asked to come to conclusions as to what we need to be doing, and they have said, do this study. So that's what's before us, colleagues, is simply let's get the study done that has repeatedly been suggested. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
and
let's
members
go
of
to
the
three
committee.
witnesses. Mr. Grossman, why don't we start with you, and then go to Ms. Dietz, then Mr. Pavlak, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Two, you're
Chair.
on the up to 2-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Kramer. My name is Dave Grossman with Greenlight Consulting, and I'm here today on behalf of Climate Law and Policy Project, which is a Maryland nonprofit group. CLPP has been studying and writing about Cap and Invest for the past couple of years and strongly supports SB 590. There's an energy affordability crisis that you all may have heard about today and numerous other days. This is also a critical time for states to be leading on reducing climate pollution. So this is the moment for Maryland to explore a policy option that can deliver on both fronts. So if you're not familiar with Cap and Invest, I'll describe it very basically and very briefly. It does two things simultaneously. First, it sets a declining cap on emissions, which helps ensure that targets get met. And second, it raises significant revenues through the sale of emissions allowances, which can be invested to support a range of things, including reducing energy bills, reducing emissions, community resilience, workforce development, and more. As the Senator alluded to, the 2023 CPRP from MDE included a Cap and Invest program for both of these purposes. As recommended by the Commission on Climate Change, this bill calls for a study to better understand what economy-wide Cap and Invest for Maryland would look like and what effects it might have on the emissions targets and also energy affordability and the economy. The study would explore whether economy-wide Cap and Invest could be an environmentally and economically helpful approach in Maryland, as it has been elsewhere, and if so, how to design such a program effectively and equitably. CLPP urges a favorable report on SB 590. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dietz.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michelle Dietz. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Maryland, D.C. chapter of the Nature Conservancy. TNC's approach to climate mitigation policies emphasize practical implementation, regional coordination, and solutions that balance climate, community, and conservation outcomes. We support Senate Bill 590 offered by Senator Kramer. As a member of the Mitigation Working Group, TNC is pleased to see Cap and Invest legislation introduced and considered, as it's been a recommendation for this past several years to the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. We believe that this study can help to create a program for achieving net zero emissions, advancing energy affordability, and bringing economic returns back to Maryland. Cap and Invest programs can yield positive results. We've seen this through Maryland's participation in RGGI, and it brings funds back to our state to reinvest in climate mitigation and resilience. Climate change impacts are affecting Maryland communities. We're seeing more frequent flooding events, high tides, record heat, and those cause significant damages to infrastructures, homes, and natural habitats. Proactive climate investments reduce disaster costs, protect public health, and strengthen our long-term economic resilience. Climate change is here, and we need to start acting now so that we can achieve our net zero emissions goals by 2045. SB 590 explores and recommends the boundaries for a Cap and Invest program in Maryland that can help us move closer to achieving a rapid, effective, and equitable transition to a net zero emissions economy. So therefore, we are urging a favorable report on Senate Bill 590. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pavlak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Severna Park, the chairman of the Future of Energy Initiative. In my opinion, the Maryland RGGI program is going to disappear. Either Maryland terminates it, there are two bills in front of the legislature this term, or FERC will terminate it. RGGI works fine when program boundaries align with market boundaries, as they do in New England, but for PJM RGGI states, specifically Maryland, Delaware, and New Jersey, the RGGI program corrupts the PJM market, and that's not going to be tolerated. RGGI is cap and trade. This is cap and trade. We need something to replace it, and I think this study is a good idea. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Senator Kramer or the three panelists? Vice Chair Kagan.
Senator Kramer, I just want to clarify, is this a study? Thank you.
This is the study that the study suggested. Thank you.
Okay, additional probing questions from the committee. Seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 590. Senator Kramer, stay right there. Senate Bill 629, you are the only witness. Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 629.
Thank you. All righty then, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm still here. Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 629. And colleagues, I thank Senator Hester for all the work she does on issues of cybersecurity, and that's part of the inspiration to this bill, which really is kind of low-hanging fruit on the whole cybersecurity issue, but I think is very important and practical. So Senate Bill 629 is a straightforward good governance bill as it clarifies that state and our university system email systems and information technology resources exist to support official government business, not to function as an open public forum. And it authorizes appropriate safeguards, including spam filtering and other protective measures to protect those systems from misuse. At its core, this is about cybersecurity, operational integrity, and taxpayer stewardship. Every day, state employees and higher education employees relying on email systems to conduct essential public business, coordinating public safety, administering benefits, processing licenses, managing health services, supporting classrooms, conducting research, and safeguarding sensitive constituent information, just to name a few. Those systems are not bulletin boards. They are not public comment portals. They are mission-critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, we are seeing increasing volumes of unsolicited bulk email, automated campaigns, phishing attempts, and coordinated digital flooding of inboxes that overwhelm employees and degrade system performance. These activities are not merely inconvenient, they pose real security threats. Cyber attacks increasingly begin with email vectors, phishing links, malware attachments, credential harvesting schemes, even large-scale, quote-unquote, mass comment email campaigns, regardless of viewpoint, can create denial of service like impacts that disrupt operations and divert IT resources from core security functions. SB 629 does three important things. First, it clarifies legislative intent. State and university email systems are government resources intended for official state business. Second, it authorizes agencies to adopt and enforce reasonable use policies that limit uses that do not support state operations. Finally, it expressly permits the implementation of filtering systems, including spam filters, bulk email controls, and technical safeguards, so that we protect infrastructure, reduce security risks, and maintain operational continuity. Importantly, this bill does not restrict public access to government, and that's critical. Marylanders will continue to have numerous lawful avenues to communicate with state officials. This legislation is also aligned with modern cybersecurity best practices. Federal agencies, private sector employers, and state governments across the country deploy spam filtering, rate limiting, and bulk email controls as standard risk management tools. Maryland should explicitly affirm that authority. At a time when cyber threats are escalating, and IT professionals are stretched thin. This bill simply provides clarity and protection. And with that, I would ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 629. And Mr. Chair, I'm just curious, I haven't seen any files. Is there any opposition to this bill?
Well, there's only, 2 witnesses signed up, you and one other person favorable, but the answer is no. Questions for Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 629? Okay, I don't really see any. So therefore, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 629. You can go back to
Thank you, folks.
Okay, next up, let's see, how about Senator Gallion? You ready to? We're going to take Senate Bill 683. You ready? Okay. We're on Senator Gallion's Senate Bill 683. And is Tyler Huff in the house? Tyler, come on up. Carol Bean. Carol, come on up. You are the 2 witnesses on this bill. And you both signed up favorable, and you're on the sponsor panel of Senator Gallion. And again, Senate Bill 683.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just change this up a little bit. It's hot off the press there in the printer, so we're ready. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion to present Senate Bill 683, the Solar Siting and Preservation Credit Act of 2026. I'm sure you all remember just last year the passage of the Renewable Energy Certainty Act, which set up to 5% of a county's PPA, which stands for Priority Preservation Areas, can be used for large solar projects. Just to refresh everybody's memory on the acreage on that, we have about 2 million, according to the fiscal note, 2 million acres in PPAs statewide. 5% of that would be 100,000 acres. 2% would be 40,000. Why I mentioned the 2%, there were possible amendments brought up that did not make it, that tried to switch that 5 to 2. I think there's also a bill in the House that tries to do a straight 5 to 2. But this bill is a little different approach, which tries to find an alternative that hopefully will make everybody happy. So, it's a compromise or an alternative to that straight 5 to 2. As utility scale solar development accelerates, it is increasingly important that deployment be carefully balanced with long-term preservation of our most productive and prime farmland. These prime agricultural soils are a finite and irreplaceable resource. Once converted to industrial use, they are effectively lost to food production for decades, if not permanently. These lands are the backbone of Maryland's agricultural economy, supporting local food systems, farm families, rural jobs, and secondary industries such as processing, transportation, and equipment supply. Agriculture remains our state's #1 industry, and preserving prime soils is essential to sustaining that economic base. Beyond economics, farmland provides significant environmental benefits. Working agricultural lands contribute to carbon sequestration, groundwater recharge, stormwater management, and open space preservation. Maintaining contiguous tracts of productive farmland also prevents fragmentation that can undermine the viability of surrounding farms. When large solar installations are placed on high-quality soils, it can disrupt farm operations, increase land prices, and create long-term uncertainty for agricultural communities. So, what does a balanced solar siting policy what should it prioritize? #1, development on rooftops, brownfields, industrial lands, parking canopies, and previously disturbed sites. #2, use of marginal or lower quality soils where feasible. And 3rd, clear guardrails to protect priority preservation areas and prime agricultural soils. SB 683 modifies Maryland's solar siting framework by allowing certain solar energy generating stations located on school rooftops, brownfields, or other underutilized land to be credited towards acreage limitations within the PPAs. In effect, the bill provides additional flexibility in how counties account for solar development on preserved or agricultural lands. To be clear, this bill does not reduce our solar goals. It basically allows for a type of electron trading where counties can say we're going to prioritize on these less desirable areas and will allow that 5% number to go down with that trade-off onto more undesirable land. So this is an opportunity to refine Maryland's approach so that our renewable energy expansion does not come at the expense of our most productive farmland. A thoughtful framework that directs large-scale solar projects away from prime ag soil and will ensure that Maryland can meet its clean energy goals at the same time, safeguarding food security, rural economies, and land preservation investments made over generations. Now, for a little more real straight to the point talk, how will last year's Renewable Energy Certainty Act affect Maryland farmers, the ones that produce our food and fiber? Well, let's talk with a little talked about fact about our agricultural industry. Sometimes our farmers are not our property owners. Many farmers, and I'm an example of one, rent a large portion of the ag ground they operate. They simply cannot compete with large-scale solar developers for agricultural ground. Now, I put a preview of this bill out on social media a few weeks ago, and it was overwhelmingly supported. But there was a couple people that said, what about property rights? Shouldn't these property owners be able to do what they want with their ground? And my response to those people is, listen, local zoning matters. If a farmer has a 100-acre farm, a farm landowner has a 100-acre farm and decides, you know, I'd really like to put a hotel in the middle of that, they can't do that because local zoning matters. One final thing I'd like to talk about is goals. So we talk about solar goals. I want to talk about another goal that we have in the state of Maryland that's not talked about enough. I serve on the Joint Subcommittee on Project Open Space and Agricultural Land Preservation. Colleague Senator Brooks is the Senate chair of that committee. Now, we've met our preservation goal of 30% of the state land being preserved by 2030, which is a great thing for the state. But the new goal, the most recent goal, is to have 40% by the year 2040, and that was outlined in the Maryland the Beautiful Act of 2023. So, yes, our solar goals matter, but so do our land preservation project open space goals. They matter too for future generations. So, in closing, Maryland should not be forced to choose between energy independence and food production. With careful policy design, we can achieve both. For these reasons, I urge the committee to favorably support SB 683 with a focus on strengthening protections for prime ag land while maintaining pathways for responsible solar development. Ask for the committee to consider this and pass on a favorable report and turn it over to the panel.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gallion, for your testimony. We're going to go, Mr. Huff, why don't you go next, and then we'll take Ms. Bean last. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. It is no secret that land use has been a top concern for the membership of the Maryland Farm Bureau. There are more things than just solar that are pressures, but that pressure has led to, according to the last USDA census, a loss of over 12 million acres of farmland in the state. Again, a loss of over 12 million acres of farmland within the state. That is a challenge, as Senator Gallion referenced. Over 40 or roughly 40% of the acreage here in the state is leased land and not owned land. Land costs are rising. It is getting even harder for the next generation to be able to get in and find land to be able to farm. And with other pressures and renewable energy pressures taking some of that valuable and finite resource, that pressure, it gets even more immense, and that cost becomes to a situation where our next generation of farmers cannot compete and may not have an access into the industry that they want to be a part of. We understand that there is energy goals we need to reach and renewable goals that we need to reach, and we appreciate the good work from the senator on this bill because I think this helps strike a balance where you are all very used to a solar bill, me being in the opposition panel, not the support panel on this. This is an opportunity where Maryland Farm Bureau can come in and say, yes, we support this and be a part of the solution, and I think this strikes balance of prioritizing the less desirable acres for solar production or for solar siting and solar use while maintaining our finite resource within the state of prime and productive soils. So for those reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report.
Okay. Let's go to Ms. Bean.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. I'm Carol Bean with the Eastern Shore Land Conservancy, and I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 683 and suggest a potential amendment as well. We're really pleased to support Senator Gallien's bill here. We think it sort of touches on something that we think is critically important, and that is that solar siting policy should be structured in a way that also protects the long-term integrity of why priority preservation areas were originally created. And I'm sure you all know they were created, and this the senator expounded on, they're created really to maintain like a critical mass of contiguous farmland and really our best soils that have been identified in the state, but they also help to strategically guide state investments in preservation. And ultimately, the goal is to ensure long-term agricultural viability. And I think in recognition of that, the Renewable Energy Certainty Act established the 5% cap on solar conversion of agriculture within the priority protection areas. However, the way that that acreage is currently calculated, it includes permanently protected lands. So those are the programs that are, you know, MALF and Rural Legacy, Maryland Environmental Trust, all these sort of state programs. And these easements are permanent, legally binding commitments that intentionally and purposefully prohibit kind of commercial enterprises and commercial development. And if conservation easements end up being included in the acreage total of the priority preservation areas for that 5%, the practical effect is really to sanction a greater than 5% conversion of unprotected farmland. And it places organizations like myself that are engaging in conservation, trying to achieve state goals like the Maryland Beautiful 40 by 40 in an awkward position, right? The more that we sort of protect land, it increases the amount of unprotected land that needs to be converted in order to reach that 5%. And that's sort of an awkward position to be in. So we do support this bill and hope you'd consider the amendment.
Yeah, you mentioned amendment. Why don't you just briefly, what was the amendment you were?
So it's to exclude the mouthlands. And so we have, if anyone's interested, we do have a statewide map that sort of shows county by county what that acreage difference is, and outlaying all the different, what that percentage increase would be above the 5% on unprotected lands.
Take questions for Senator Gallien or the two panelists. We'll start with Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Gallien, thank you for this bill. When we went home after last session, there was a lot of consternation about the 5%, and you know, and while 5% sounds like a reasonable number, and I guess my question is, when we looked at the actual acreage, so like a county like Wycomico County, what that really meant. So my question, Tyler, is first to you on, you know, kind of just explaining why that 5% presented such a challenge, and then, you know, the testimony we just heard as we're trying to preserve more, putting the pressure then on that other acreage, which is a lot of farmland. And then Senator Gallien, I just want to ask you just to kind of a little bit more clarify that, you know, you're still kind of meeting goals, but using, you know, whether it's rooftops or others, you know, how that can be a win-win. But Tyler, if you could first explain why that 5%, when you translate that into acreage, you know, especially I know on the shore, why that caused so much consternation.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. And so to put in big picture here, the 5% of the priority preservation area, making sure not to use an abbreviation here for the vice chair, is just over 105,000 acres statewide. We break that down farther to the eastern shore alone, and I want to say I remember that being in the 43 to 45,000 range just on the eastern shore alone. We've heard a lot of conversation about how far we are away from that renewable portfolio goal of 15% within the solar. And generally, depending on who you ask, and MEA has mentioned this at one point, it's roughly 38,000 acres of solar that would be needed to hit the current carve out in the renewable portfolio standard. So if we look at that in the 2% statute statewide, we're roughly around 41 to 42,000 acres statewide. And also in perspective, the current 5% would allow for that entire carve out to potentially go on the eastern shore, which is where some of our most prime and productive acres is and where a lot of our agriculture falls in the state.
So, and I thank you for that. So just to underscore that the 5% has a disproportionate impact on the eastern shore.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Gallion?
Sure. There's a pretty good breakdown by county in the fiscal note, I believe, of the PPAs with the percentages if you're interested in looking at that. But the whole concept for this bill was to try to strike a balance. As the committee members know, last year came in with an attempted amendment to do a straight percentage shift, and that was not accepted. So, I kind of want to think outside the box a little and try to, prioritize less desirable area to put our solar on. I have, potential warehouse in Cecil County that would be a great spot on those rooftops. But there's definitely a concern among our farm operators that, we just can't compete with these large-scale solar developers and the amount of money that they can pay for ground. So, agriculture is the #1 industry in the state of Maryland. We want to keep our food sources as local as we can, as often as we can, and I think this bill really strikes a good balance to make that. And as I mentioned before, it does not reduce our solar goals; it leaves them the same.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony, Senator Gallion, and to the duo. That completes the bill here on Senate Bill 683. Let's see, I guess we'll go to Senator Watson. You ready to roll with Senate Bill 622? Designated sponsor panel, we do have a number of witnesses signed up favorable. Can I just bring them up? Sit with you? They're all straight favorable? I got 5 witnesses straight favorable. I'm looking at John Fiastro.
Yeah.
Brian Jenkins, Sammy Kindra, Anna Allen from the Chamber, and finally Brittany Baker from CCAN. So those 5 witnesses are all straight favorable. Those are the witnesses on the bill. Senator Watson, Senate Bill 622.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues. For the record, Senator Ron Watson, representing 23rd Legislative District, proud sponsor of Senate Bill 622. The purpose of 622, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, SEIF, was established to advance Maryland's clean energy future, lower energy costs for families, and support economic growth. SEIF receives annual revenue from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative and alternative compliant payments under the I just want to use acronyms so bad. Renewable Portfolio Standard, generating around $600 million annually. The bill strengthens the fund's mission by explicitly authorizing its use for building and transportation electrification, ensuring these resources benefit Maryland families and businesses. Senate Bill 622 is a straightforward bill that directs SEIF funds to 2 impactful investments: electrifying buildings, including homes, affordable housing, schools, community facilities, commercial properties, and electrifying transportation. These proven strategies lower energy bills, create jobs, and help meet the emission reduction targets set by the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022. Senate Bill 622 is a practical update to how Maryland allocates its clean energy resources. The bill does not create a new program or bureaucracy. It ensures that an existing fund already intended to support clean energy and reduce emissions can be used for electrification investments that Maryland families and businesses need. This policy benefits all Marylanders regardless of location or current heating methods. Building electrification offers economic opportunities statewide. Modern electric heat pumps are more efficient than fossil fuel systems, lowering operational costs and reducing the energy burden for Maryland families. Combined with weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades, the savings increase further. This bill also supports job creation of Maryland's expanding clean energy workforce. HVAC contractors, electricians, and building trade professionals are seeing increased demand for heat pump installation and maintenance. And directing the CEF loans and grants towards electrification provides a stable market signal that supports workforce development, contractor training, and manufacturing growth. The Maryland Commission on Climate Change has recommended that the General Assembly authorize CEF funds and loans to support building electrification, especially for households relying on electric resistance heating and delivered fuels who pay the most to heat their homes. Senate Bill 622 fulfills this recommendation. In addition, I have offered an amendment to the bill that will clarify that the electrification can take place off-site. In conclusion, Maryland families are facing rising energy costs, while federal support for clean energy has declined, making state action more important than ever. Senate Bill 622 ensures CEF funds are used as intended to help Marylanders access modern, efficient, and affordable energy technologies in their homes, buildings, and vehicles. I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report, Senate Bill 622, with the requested amendment. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Watson. Let's just take testimony from the panel. Mr. Fiastro, each of you are on the up to 2-minute clock. And meanwhile, if you need to use acronyms, now's a good opportunity to do so.
I'll take advantage of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is John Fiastro. I'm here on behalf of my client, Schneider Electric Buildings America. Schneider Electric is an energy services company that does performance contracting and energy retrofits for both public sector and private sector businesses. And so one of the items that they do through their performance contracting is electrification. And so this authorization within the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to allow the funds to be used for building electrification is something that would help Schneider clients that include counties and the state of Maryland, the state government itself. One thing that this committee should know is that, just like the senator said, this does not add any extra costs. The Strategic Energy Investment Fund has a series of authorizations. It can be used for renewable energy. It can be used for energy efficiency. But when we passed Climate Solutions Now Act in 2022 and required buildings to move towards net zero, we didn't have a clear funding source. This bill actually, by authorizing building electrification, provides a funding source and also clarity for Maryland Energy Administration that works with that fund to do that, to offer loans and grants for electrification. Mr. Chairman, this is a good bill. I think it does allow for the allocation of state resources to state policy, and for that reason, Schneider Electric Building America supports and asks for a favorable report on Senate Bill 622.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fiastro. Let's go next up. Put the mic close. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. My name is Samay Kindra. I am the Government Affairs Manager for Vicinity Energy. Vicinity Energy operates district energy systems across the country, including one of our biggest in Baltimore. We provide chilled water and steam to some of the largest institutions and buildings in the city. I'm here today to testify in support of SB 622, and on behalf of the city, I want to thank and express our appreciation to Senator Watson for sponsoring this legislation and offering the amendment that makes clear that district energy is a part of building electrification. SB 622 strengthens Maryland's commitment to building and transportation electrification, and specifically with the amendment, the bill will now explicitly include district energy electrification, ensuring that one of Maryland's most effective and scalable tools for decarbonization remains eligible for support under CEF. This clarification provides an important financial tool for Baltimore's largest buildings to decarbonize in a way that is both cost-effective and grid-sensitive. Just to explain a little bit more about our district energy system and electrification process. So our system in Baltimore serves over 35 million square feet of building. Some of our clients include hospitals, research labs, universities, government buildings, life science facilities, all that require mission-critical thermal energy needs. Decarbonizing these buildings through a centralized district energy electrification avoids the massive cost, grid strain, and redundancy challenges that would arise if each building pursued this electrification individually. Codifying district energy electrification in SB 22 ensures the state can continue advancing large-scale greenhouse gas emission reductions without inadvertently sidelining a scalable path. Our electrification process in Baltimore, our plan includes utilizing heat recovery heat pumps, flexible electric boilers, and thermal energy storage to shift load away from peak hours. This approach will decarbonize tens of millions of square feet of buildings without new substations, customer-side retrofits, or the need for costly electric distribution upgrades. And so Vicinity is, again, thankful for the committee and the senator's leadership here and urges a favorable report.
Thank you. My name is, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Brian Jenkins. Sorry. I tried.
Okay. Start again. We won't hold that against you. Go on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brian Jenkins. I am the Mid-Atlantic Senior Regional Manager with the Building Decarbonization Coalition. The coalition is a national nonprofit that includes building industry stakeholders like Johnson Controls, LG, Bosch, Samsung, and Carrier, and many others. The coalition supports efforts to reduce building dependence on combustion, like on-site boilers and water heaters, by moving to electrified heating and cooling. SB 622 helps this transition by expanding authorized uses of the Strategic Investment Fund to include building electrification and transportation electrification. This is a previous recommendation from the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, also aligns with the 2022 Climate Solutions Now Act and Building Energy Performance Standards. Thank you, and Building Decarbonization asks for a favorable report of SB 622.
Okay, Brittany.
Hello, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. I'm really glad to sit on this panel and thankful to the bill sponsor for sponsoring this bill. On this panel, I'm glad to be the only environmentalist because it is true that building electrification creates jobs and supports industries, but we know the other benefits are making more quality indoor air, because a lot of the times indoor combustion of fossil fuels creates.
For the record, tell you.
I apologize.
Give us your name.
Yeah, I forgot that today. I'm Brittany Baker, the Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. Okay, so indoor combustion of fossil fuels creates unhealthy indoor air quality. And of course, we know that electrifying our buildings will decrease greenhouse gas emissions in the state. The state has been working diligently on other proposals around building electrification, including the Building Energy Performance Standards, the Clean Heat Standards, and we're also at the very beginning stage of working on our zero emissions heating equipment standard. And this is a very complementary piece of legislation that acknowledges the fact that new construction is cheaper usually for fully electric buildings, but retrofits can be a little bit costly. And so I think this proposal is perfectly hitting the spot to ensure that as we ask building owners to retrofit, that there will be some money available for grants. And then also it can support innovative projects shepherded by the MEA and help us to figure out new ways to electrify buildings, both privately owned and held by the government. And for all of these reasons, Chesapeake Climate Action Network is in support of this bill.
Okay.
And finally, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
let me just acknowledge that the Maryland Chamber of Commerce is in support of this bill. Hannah Allen is stuck across the street in the House. Okay.
Questions for Senator Watson or the panel? And we're going to go to Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. Is there an amount in the bill, or is it just an authorized use?
Just, Senator, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund has 13 existing uses. All right, none of those authorizations for what the fund could be used for have an associated amount with it. We do also in the state government article have specific enumerated funding requirements that the governor must include in the budget. This does not have that. There is no dollar amount associated with it, but it does provide guidance so that for future budgets it could be included.
Okay. My second question was, I really like the bill. We are getting a study back from MDE at the end of the year that looks at the whole building energy performance and how they're going to, what kind of metrics they're going to use, whether they're going to use direct greenhouse gas emissions, an energy intensity measure, or a combination of the two, and look at what is most cost effective. And so kind of pending that study, I would hope that we could actually tailor, this part to be, the use of the CEF to be broader potentially than just electrification. Because if it comes back with an energy intensity standard, energy efficiency being more important, and that's the way we go with BEPS, then people be held to that BEPS standard and not this one. We just don't know what the study is going to say yet. I do know that when Massachusetts passed their building energy performance standard, they took $300 million and put it in a fund to help the energy transition. And our Building Energy Transition Task Force, met for a year, came up with a great report, and it hasn't been funded. And so I'm on record saying MDE has really only done half the job, right? They've only said, here are the standards. They haven't said, and here's how we're going to help industry get there. So I love this bill because it will help industry get there. But I'm saying that by narrowing it only to electrification, you could potentially be missing a lot of the other retrofits that have to happen. So I guess my question for the sponsor is, would you be opening to slightly broadening the definition?
Yes.
Fabulous, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Watson, you got a lot of good folks on board this. I wonder if MEA, the Maryland Energy Administration, has taken a position. I don't see their testimony in here.
They have not, right?
Madam Chair, they have not.
So they have no opinion at all? They're not for it or against it or suggesting amendments?
I think it's a matter of policy for the Assembly to pick up. I will say, as a matter of an example, the Maryland Energy Administration last summer had their LGEM program, the local government energy grant program that they produced last summer. A lot of fanfare, $64 million set aside. And they were only able to fund certain types of projects, particularly renewable energy projects. And when local governments in their bid, in their grant applications included electrification projects, those were not always, those could not be as awarded. And so savings could be, so instead they were funding, the agency was funding the renewable side of the application, not able to fund necessarily the electrification side of it. I think this would clear that up.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Watson.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fiastro.
Okay, Senator Brooks, why don't we make this the last question on this bill, because we got a lot of stuff still.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I too like the bill, Senator. Yeah, quick question. I can understand the loan portion of it. I mean, the grant portion of it. The loan portion, who would determine the rate of return on that? Has that been decided? Would MDE do that? The amount of interest that would be paid on the loans, the return?
Typically, loan programs set up by MEA, the agency itself establishes the interest rate.
Okay, all right.
And this, and Senator, some of this language was in an MEA departmental last year. This exact language was in a House bill that came over and stalled here in the Senate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That might be more of an answer to Senator Kagan's question.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions, so that's going to conclude the hearing on Senator Watson's bill, which is Senate Bill 622. Let's go to Senator Jennings on Senate Bill 584. And Senator, you've got a number of witnesses. I'm just going to call some names. If you hear your name, just come to the witness stand. Lynn Zink, Mark Kukuka, Patricia Von Paris, John Von Paris. Let's see what else we got. Marianne Lasante, former state delegate Marianne Lasante, and Joanne Frederick. So I may have more names than seats, but, and then there's one virtual witness, but that's the extent of the witnesses. Senator Jennings, why don't you begin, present Senate Bill 584.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the committee, for the record, Senator J.B. Jennings for Senate Bill 584. This is a transparency and due process bill. It ensures that when major transmission infrastructure is proposed in our communities, landowners receive clear notice, full information, and a meaningful opportunity to participate before decisions are made. This legislation arises directly from what my constituents, many sitting here to my left, experienced during proceedings before the Maryland Public Service Commission in a case that is affecting my district and many districts through parts of the state. Beyond the notification failures, there are serious concerns about transparency surrounding the project's true capacity and long-term purpose for the issue that my constituents have been dealing with. In May of 2025, the Power Plant Research Program, the PPRP, commissioned an independent analysis of the proposed transmission lines. That analysis, and real quick, that goes back to this Brandon Shore's retirement project that's dealing with, I guess, case number 9748 that's we've been dealing with. But they commissioned an independent analysis of the proposed transmission lines. That analysis, conducted by independent expert Ricardo Austria, concluded that the project would create excess transmission capacity beyond what is required to address current reliability needs. The report recommended that the Public Service Commission grant BGE CPCN only if the company transparently quantified how much additional capacity the new lines would generate. That finding goes directly to the heart of the public trust. If infrastructure is being constructed with capacity beyond immediate reliability needs, the public deserves to understand who ultimately benefits from that excess capacity and whether it serves Maryland taxpayers or ratepayers. The independent report was released on May 16, 2025, and concluded that BGE would be required under Senate Bill 909 to quantify this additional capacity. Yet, on that same day, Governor Moore vetoed that transparency legislation sponsored by our senator sitting here in this committee, Senator Hester, and passed by the General Assembly, which was designed to require greater disclosure regarding future load forecasts and grid planning. I voted in favor of that bill during the 2025 session and supported, thankfully, the successful veto override during the special session that we had back in December of this year, or last year. The independent study and the back and forth dance over transparency underscores the need for stronger safeguards in Maryland. When a state commissioned expert identifies excess capacity and recommends additional disclosure, while key agreements and analysis remain confidential, the public is left without clear answers. Which brings me to why this bill is necessary. Because many affected landowners were never promptly notified of their right to intervene. It was only through personal research and community support that 17 landowners petitioned to intervene long after the deadline had passed. Due to the gravity of their claims regarding property rights, 8 were granted limited intervener status, some just days before evidentiary hearings. You will hear today from some of them, many of my constituents who were granted status from that were actually denied and could not be given that hearing. If my constituents had not been clearly informed of their rights and granted full intervener status in a timely manner, the findings of the independent PPRP study and the broader questions about excess capacity could have not been more thoroughly examined during evidentiary hearings. Senate Bill 584 ensures that this does not happen again, not in my district and not in your district or anywhere else in this state. These concerns are reflected in the experiences of many members of Stop MPRP organization, some of who have joined me here today. This bill strengthens requirements with new and expanded transmission lines require a certificate of public conveyance and necessity. It guarantees clear and timely written notice, explicit explanation of the right to intervene, clear filing instructions, stated participation deadlines, and transparency before approvals are granted. When infrastructure projects impacted private property, landowners deserve clarity. They deserve due process, and they deserve a fair opportunity to be heard before permanent infrastructure is approved. Transparency strengthens public trust, and public trust strengthens the legitimacy of the Commission's decisions. I respect the favorable consideration of this legislation, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you.
Why don't we take the witnesses and then, okay, let's go down. Why don't we start with you, ma'am, and then we'll just go down the table, and each of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock because we still have actually a lot of work to do here tonight. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Joanne Frederick. I am president of Stop MPRP, Inc. I'm also a landowner impacted by the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project. I will lose 5 acres of fully conserved and preserved land on my farm. I respectfully ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 584. I am speaking about the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project. For those who don't know, it's a 500 kilovolt new greenfield transmission line that we learned of in early July of 2024 when landowners across Baltimore, Carroll, and Frederick counties learned almost entirely through word of mouth that their property was on one of 10 proposed routes for a high voltage transmission line, not by certified letter, not by formal notice, but from neighbors and text messages. Some families had less than 24 hours before public meetings that were happening the next day. In December 2024, when the developer filed its Certificate of Public Convenience and Need application, more than 400 landowners discovered their property was on the final proposed route. That route would impact 394 acres of forested land, 522 acres of cultivated cropland, 245 acres under conservation easement, 224 acres protected by the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation easements, and it will cross 101 water bodies and streams. In April 2025, just after the General Assembly adjourned, the first of what is now 5 groups of landowners have been sued in federal court by the developer to force survey access onto our property. The project has not been adjudicated or approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission, yet landowners have already spent more than $400,000 defending our constitutional property rights, and we now have an appeal pending at the Fourth Circuit. And throughout this process, adjacent property owners, including those with homes near the proposed line, have never received a formal notice. Senate Bill 584 is narrow, it does not stop projects, it provides transparency, and I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Dear members of the committee, my name is Dr. Mark Kukuka, and I'm here in strong support of Senator Jennings' bill to strengthen intervenor rights and landowner protections for the CPCN process. My experience in the Brandon Shores Retirement Mitigation Transmission Project shows exactly why this legislation is necessary. In July of 24, landowners were given a single 30-day window to intervene in a $1 billion transmission project. That notice was buried in 2 newspaper ads. Most landowners never saw it, even fewer understood what it meant. By the time we realized what was happening, the window had already closed. I live within 400 feet of the BGE transmission corridor, well within the zone that Maryland courts have long recognized as aggrieved for standing purposes. In Sugarloaf Citizens versus Maryland Waste Disposal, the Court of Appeals held that residents within roughly 1,000 feet of a major project have a legally protectable interest and a right to participate. Yet despite this precedent, despite my proximity, and despite filing detailed concerns, I was denied intervenor status twice. BGE fought aggressively to keep me out. They filed immediate oppositions to both of my petitions. They argued I had no standing. They argued that other parties already represented my interest. I still don't know who those other parties were, but the Maryland PSC accepted BGE's arguments wholesale. Why would a utility work so hard to exclude a nearby resident? Because intervention brings scrutiny, it brings cross-examination, it brings accountability, and because it brings the one thing utilities do not want, independent eyes on their wild claims. The current system rewards utilities for keeping the public out. Senator Jennings' bill fixes this. It requires real notice sent directly to landowners. It requires that landowners be told in plain English that they have a right to intervene. The bill restores fairness, transparency, and due process. It ensures that Marylanders have a meaningful voice in decisions that affect their homes, their health, and their future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Next up, pass that mic down.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Patty Von Paris, and my husband John and I are lifelong residents of Upper Falls, Maryland. BGE's high-voltage transmission lines run through our property and right next to our home. We learned about the BGE Brandon Shores project in February of 2024 when we received a letter addressed to BGE customer or current resident, stating plans to retire the power plant, upgrade substations, build a new substation, and modify 35 miles of transmission lines. In late March of 2024, a second letter arrived, repeating the same information, including the modification of 35 miles of transmission lines. BG also invited us to a community meeting on April 8th, which they abruptly canceled. In July of 2024, we received another letter informing us that BGE filed a CPCN, case number 9748, but the letter did not include any information about our rights to intervene, how to register to intervene, or the deadline to intervene. The last letter we received in March of 2025, arriving 7 months past the deadline to intervene, BG informed us of a permit application for the construction of a new 29-mile, 230,000-volt transmission line. The prior letters indicated modification of transmission lines, when in fact, all along, they intended to do major construction by adding another 29 miles of transmission line. BGE intentionally misled the public by withholding critical project details until after the intervener deadline, leaving landowners uninformed and without a voice. We were never informed of our rights to intervene by direct mail. An advertisement placed in a newspaper is simply erroneous. The system is broken and needs to be fixed. I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 584.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is John Von Paris. My wife Patty and I are lifelong residents of Upper Falls, Maryland. We are here in support of Senate Bill 584. This pertains to BGE and the Brandon Shores project. BGE's massive industrial transmission lines that emit dangerous EMF radiation linked to childhood leukemia and classified by the World Health Organization as possible carcinogenic run next to our home and alongside a family playground. Because of BGE's intentional lack of transparency, we were never informed of the intervener process. We never saw BGE's ad hidden away in the Baltimore Sun. We filed late and were denied status. We appealed and we were granted only limited intervener status. However, we could only address the easement. We had to hire an attorney to represent us. The consequences of being denied full intervener status silenced our voice on all other serious concerns, including safety concerns about EMF readings on our property that were and continue to be over 30 times the 0.3 microtesla readings that, according to the National Institute of Health, is linked to childhood leukemia. We cannot expose our 4 grandchildren and others to these documented health hazards. We also were not permitted to address the high risk of wildfires in a non-fire hydrant area, nor the impact to property value, nor scenic beauty. The system is broken and needs to be fixed. I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 584. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the committee, my name's Lynn Zink, and I am in favor of Senate Bill 584. I am here on behalf of 37 family members, Zink family members, and also many members of the Kingsville community. For nearly 18 months, we have all been working hard together, trying to really fully understand the impact of Brandon Shores and how it was going to affect our homes, our community, and our farms. And we ended up having to retain legal counsel at the last minute so that we could fully understand and protect our own rights. So talking to a large, like trying to take on a large corporate utility, it shouldn't require us to have to do so. And this process was no clarity. There was no direct notification about our rights to intervene. I didn't even understand what that meant to begin with. Of course, we're understanding now after all of these years, but navigating a complex regulatory system, it was very difficult. And also, last spring, April of 2025, I attended the PSC's public hearing in Anne Arundel County, and it was unbelievable the few amount of people that were there. Uploaded with my testimony is a list that was an outreach list that BGE was forced by the public utility law to post. And when you look at that list, there's no one from Anne Arundel County on that list, which may be the reason why maybe they were unaware, maybe they never were really contacted about all of this. So I really urge Senate Bill 584, it's so necessary for all of us to ensure that we are properly informed, understand our rights, we have a fair opportunity to be heard before decisions are made that are having an impact on us, very severe, permanently. It's affecting our properties, our community, and our future. So no family really should have to endure the emotional and the financial strain that we have been experiencing. Simply, we need transparency from the start and accessibility. So thank you. I respectfully urge you in favor of Senate Bill 584.
Okay, thank you. Former Delegate Lasanti, welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in front of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, all of the senators here. I'm here really just for one real reason, to support Senate Bill 584. My name is Marianne Lasanti. I'm from Harford County. I've worked with many of you over the years to open the PSC system, the process to the public. And we've done it in the past through legislation. This is one of those issues that affects every county in the state. Everybody will have transmission lines. Everybody will have to be communities that will be impacted by this legislation. One of the things that I noticed in helping them and working with this community is the notification, the term public notification is variable because we have not defined that. You have not defined what that means. So in effect, what happens is BG&E sends letters and emails to elected officials and state agencies, gives you copies of the plan, tells you all the information you need to know about deadlines and who to contact. But for citizens, they get a marketing flyer that's not even addressed to them as a property owner. It's very vague. It sends them to websites where there's information buried. It does not say a word about what your legal right is as a property owner to intervene in the process. Very simple information. That's what this bill is about. It's about transparency and allowing citizens to be a part of the process. So thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Okay, thank you, Senator Jennings, and to the entire panel. We'll take questions from the committee. Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Caruso.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, since we've been talking a bit about farming in Maryland, I wanted to ask Ms. Zink how you think this legislation would protect the future of farming in Maryland.
I feel it will, because when you have power lines stretching across farmland, it is not only aesthetically very unpleasing, it affects that way, but the land that we work is our legacy. It's where we are raising the food to help feed the communities. And when you have all of these power lines coming through, it's affecting the land that we work. It is getting in the way. It's taking away farmland, and it's negatively impacting us based on what we can and cannot do with that land where the power lines are running through it.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 584. Thank you, Senator Jennings, for bringing the bill here.
Thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses. Okay, the final bill today is from Senator Guile. We got a, let's see, I saw her team here a little while ago. On Senate Bill 749, let's get the group in here. Okay, so Senator Giles on her way. So I'm about to call Senate Bill 749 If you're out in the hallway on Senate Bill 749, come on in here. We'll wait for Senator Guile to make her arrival. In the meantime, I'm going to call up sponsored panelists for this bill. Is Jane Valentino here? Come on, Jane. Janique Williams, Bert Wilson, Mark Hayden, Megan Coffin. Okay, those are sponsored panelists, so that's the 5 folks. Actually, let's see who else we got. Actually, Rick Benetti, why don't you come up, because you're favorable with amendments, but, oh, actually, no, stay there, Rick. Brian Anlou, yeah, I think you might have a different pop. Brian Anlou's straight favorable. Is Brian here? From Aoba? Okay, here comes. Okay, if you see Brian out there, he's standing up straight favorable too, so let's, okay, let's start. We're going to start with Senator Guile, and I've got most of your sponsored panelists up here, and we're on Senate Bill 749, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Dawn Guile, District 33, here to present Senate Bill 749. I want to begin by thanking this committee for the significant amount of work you undertook on Senate Bill 1, which was President Pro Tem Augustine, his bill, and I want to thank him also for his leadership on that legislation. I think the consumer protections that were enacted were important and necessary. I also want to be candid at the outset. I am not an energy market expert by any means. I'm bringing this bill forward in response to concerns raised by constituents in my district who have contacted my office over the past year regarding changes in Maryland's residential retail electricity market. Many of these residents were notified that their supplier would no longer be serving the residential market in Maryland and were returned to SOS with no alternative residential products available. In response to these concerns, I met with a number of stakeholders to educate myself and understand what was happening following the implementation of SB1, particularly during periods of wholesale price volatility in 2024 and 2025. I am not certain that SB 749 represents the only solution or even the final solution. I'm coming to the committee with some ideas based on what we are hearing from constituents and stakeholders. I am sure that others will have recommendations as well, and I view this bill as part of an ongoing discussion about how Maryland can maintain strong consumer protections while ensuring that the residential market functions as intended. Senate Bill 749 makes several targeted adjustments. It defines residential retail customer to ensure protections applied to actual households and not commercial accounts coded as residential. It replaces the trailing 12-month average price benchmark with a cap tied to the electric company's SOS rate as of the date of the agreement, while maintaining the 12-month contract limit and prohibiting variable rate restoration. It authorizes consolidated billing without restoring purchase of receivables or shifting credit risk to utilities, and it refines the PSC's green power price approval criteria while preserving the 51% or RPS plus renewable requirement and PSC oversight. These are technical calibrations that preserve SB1's core protections while addressing pricing mechanics and billing feasibility that have limited supplier participation. It does not repeal SB1. It does not remove the SOS cap, and it does not weaken consumer protections. I recognize that I will not have all the answers to the committee's questions today. I would defer to the expertise of this committee as you consider whether these or other adjustments are appropriate. In addition to the folks here on the panel, I do have one of my constituents, Jane Valentino, a friend of mine, and somebody that does know more than me, I think, on energy-related issues, who was among many other constituents who contacted me with some concerns, and thank her here for her presence today, particularly she waiting patiently until this bill was being called. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it over to my panel.
Okay, do you have a sequence, or because you gave the
Yeah, let's give the mic over to Ms. Valentino,
okay,
please.
Ms. Valentino, thank you for your patience, and each
Thank
of you are going to be on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? So Ms.
Great.
Valentino. You're up.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice President, and members of the committee. My name is Jane Valentino.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair. Oh,
okay.
God, already messed up. Reset the
It's
clock.
okay, we'll go with that.
My name is Jane Valentino, and I have over 20 years of experience in the energy industry, including many years with a nonprofit focused on consumer protection for voluntary renewable energy purchases. But today I am here as a Maryland constituent who values the right to make my own energy choices. I moved to Maryland 15 years ago, and until this past year, I purchased renewable energy through WGL. As someone concerned about climate change and the environmental impacts of fossil fuel generation, I willingly paid more to purchase renewable energy. I chose WGL because they offered Green E Energy certified renewable energy, so I knew my purchase was legitimate and not being double counted. I received clear rate information and straightforward opportunities to renew or cancel. My experience was transparent and user-friendly. With the passage of SB1, my contract was terminated, and competitive energy choice for residential customers effectively disappeared. I appreciate that SB1 was intended to protect consumers from deceptive practices, and I agree that stronger oversight was needed. However, the unintended consequence was that barriers became so restrictive that reputable suppliers exited the market altogether. Although my primary motivation was to purchase clean energy, others have relied on competitive suppliers for long-term price stability. Today, we have no alternatives but to pay rising utility rates, and there are no renewable energy options, even for well-informed consumers. SB 749 restores balance. It maintains essential consumer protections while removing barriers that have prevented responsible suppliers from operating in Maryland. This bill allows informed consumers to make choices, whether that's purchasing renewable energy or seeking price stability, rather than being limited to a single default option. I respectfully urge you to support SB 749 and help restore meaningful energy choice for Maryland residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Valentino. Why don't we just, we'll start at the end of the table. Mr. Benetti, you want to go, and then we'll just go all the way down. And everybody's on the up to 2 minute clock.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Rick Benetti here representing WGL Energy. So I'm not going to go into the nuts and bolts of WGL's testimony, but I wanted to sort of help people understand what a reputable company like WGL has gone through in these after SB1. So they've lost 61,000 customers since the passage of SB1. I happen to be one of them. Much like her story here, I had a contract for wind power that was 5 cents cheaper than BGE's rate at the time, and would have gone through the end of this year, which would have been very helpful, you know, given the given the recent spike. So I think it just needs to be thought about in the context of there's tens of thousands of customers out there that basically got screwed by this bill. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. And the other sticky point that we continue to run into is this comparison, this idea of comparing a retail price to the SOS price. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. If you're going to compare an SOS rate to a retail energy rate by a supplier, you have to look at that over the term of a contract. So you got to look at it. So say if you have a 36-month contract and the SOS price is here, the retail price is here, maybe it's under, maybe it's a little higher. Over the term of that contract, generally speaking, that price is going to meet or beat the SOS price. There's a lot of factors that customers choose retail. Stability and price is one of them. But I just want to throw those two contextual ideas out there, and we urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benetti. Sir?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Mark Hayden. I'm an Associate General Counsel at Constellation Energy. Constellation's position on the bill is favorable with amendments. We strongly support consumer protection, but Maryland's competitive market policy, which is rooted in 1999 restructuring law, also protects the right of customers to choose. And the Public Service Commission already has clear authority under the current law to deter deceptive practices and discipline bad actors. Our concern is that the bill continues product restrictions that have rapidly eliminated the residential market. Replacing the trailing price cap with a cap tied to the utility SOS rate is still price regulation and is disconnected from how suppliers incur costs and manage risks. The result is predictable. Shopping fell from over 300,000 customers at its peak to today almost zero. Price caps simply do not work, but if we impose any pricing limitation whatsoever, it must be forward-looking and market-based, tied to transparent forward prices. Second, retaining a 12-month contract term limitation removes options customers value most. Longer terms provide stability, budgeting certainty, and insulation from price volatility. Third, the bill should require utility consolidated billing because simply authorizing it without obligation will not restore a workable one-bill experience, which customers strongly prefer. Finally, we recommend a targeted carve-out for products that advance Maryland's clean energy policy and objectives. For example, time of use, electric vehicle charging, effect products, and bundled distributed energy resource offerings. With these amendments, SB 749 can protect consumers while preserving choice and innovation. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Chair and panel, or senators. I'm Bert Wilson of Energy Artisans. I'm an independent in the energy market. I've been in the energy market for 35 years, starting at BG&E and Constellation, and for the past 25 years have been managing purchases and sales of approximately $2 billion a year annually. I also owned a supplier that had 20,000 customers from 2010 to 2013. I'm intimately familiar with the issues of sales reps. I support SB 749 with amendments suggested in my written testimony. SB 1 of 2024 removed the choice by price and term limits of the residential at the residential level. I do appreciate the efforts to restore choice. I think it's fundamental in Maryland to have choice. We are the free state. My contract at home was a 5-year contract with WGL, and it was canceled 2 years in. This is costing me $1,500 a year for the next 3 years by losing my contract. I chose to make a contract that was slightly above polar, and I would like to have it. Price and term limits have no place in a free market. They remove supply from the market. Customer protection is paramount. I think we should go farther than what we have. I think we should have securities like penalties for reps that misrepresent things. I ultimately started in the securities business, and if you misrepresent things, you should be fined. You should be barred from the business. In the most extreme events, you can go to jail for securities law violations. And I think POR should be reinstated, meaning purchase of receivables. That gives everybody an equal opportunity to access the market. Whether one chooses to access the market or not is a personal choice. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, Senator Gao, why don't you pass that on to the end of the table and tell us who you are?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the community. I am Janique Williams from WGL Energy, and I feel proud to be an employee today since most of our panelists were our customers prior. And not to rehash what Constellation has said, I will just point out that WGL Energy does support the protections under SB 1. And I think it's important that we're not trying to reverse the bill in its entirety, which includes the elimination of variable pricing contracts, because we do understand that those contracts have a nature to be predatory. But some aspects of SB 1 have resulted in the non-existent retail energy market that exists in Maryland today. And one of the main reasons is the 12-month trailing average. I would like to point out that currently BG&E, PE, and PEPCO cannot even beat their own 12-month trailing average. And at this point, SB 1 appears to have suppliers to to compete in the market is we have to overperform, or local utilities. Additionally, the reversal of the 12-month contract is important to us because our customers do like having a fixed-term product for whether it's 24 months or 36 months to ensure that they're protected from market volatility, especially now, as we can see in Maryland, where a lot of customers are complaining about high utility bills. And one of the main reasons for that within whether it's BG&E, Pepco, PE, or Delmarva is the increased supply prices. I think my colleague from Constellation said the other points that I would like.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Benetti, it was Mr. Anlo sitting there, and then it turned into you. Or is he still want to testify? Is he part of the panel? Okay, okay, you've got up to 2 minutes, then we'll take questions from the committee.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good evening to Madam Chair and the rest of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association. AOBA supports strong retail energy supply markets for consumers. AOBA members are constantly being asked by tenants how to lower their cost of living, and one of the best ways to do that is to give them consumer choice. We are also in support of the language in the bill that clarifies the definition of residential retail customer and that it does not apply to accounts managed by a commercial entity. SB 1 exempted commercial accounts with one small caveat. Multifamily owners and operators often have accounts classified as residential, but that are actually paid for by the company. Examples of these accounts include leasing offices, club rooms, and other amenity spaces. And as these AOBA members purchase these retail energy supply contracts that help manage their energy costs, one of these accounts could be included in those contracts, and that could result in the contract being invalidated or canceled because the residential accounts do not comply with the consumer protections established by SB 1. And so for these reasons, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you to Senator Gall. And for the panel, take questions from the committee. Okay. Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. This question, Mr. Hayden. I have a constituent who is a Constellation customer, and he recently reached out to my office and said he was receiving two bills, one from BGE and one from Constellation. So why would he be getting two bills?
Yes, that's an effect of SB 1 that we are in opposition to, and that's something that we feel is important that gets fixed in this bill. Utilities consolidated billing means you get all your energy bills in one bill. And now with the separation of that, utility consolidated billing is no longer permitted by the utilities. And so we have to send a separate energy bill to each customer that we serve now in addition to the bill that the utility gets. That creates an enormous amount of confusion and frustration with customers. They feel like they're being double billed. They don't want to shop for electricity. They don't want to receive two bills for the same service. And it ultimately just eliminates the competitive market. So one of our suggestions is, again, to go back to mandatory utility consolidated billing and eliminate the scenario you just outlined. We have received numerous calls, emails, outreaches to our customer service reps regarding this particular issue, frustration, confusion with receiving two bills. And again, we're a large proponent of going back to one bill.
So BGE is billing for what, distribution, and you guys are billing for what, commodity?
Correct. We're billing for the generation supply that the customer is receiving, and then BG&E is billing for the distribution service, essentially, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks, Chair.
Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator Gall. And
thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to call up a panel of unfavorables on the piece of legislation. Call your name, come up here. Tom Dennison, Sarah Westrick, Poetry Deal, Laurel Peltier, Guy Andes. Five witnesses, 5 seats. All signed up unfavorable. Okay, Mr. Andes, you're on the far left here. Why don't you start, and you'll each be on the up to 2 minute clock, and we'll just go down the table. Mr. Andes, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Guy Andy, Senior Manager for State Affairs for BG&E. BG&E opposes Senate Bill 749. While we support retail choice as a potential tool to help customers manage energy costs, the choice must be accompanied by strong consumer protections and policies that do not shift competitor supply costs on the regulated utilities. First, Senate Bill 749 creates a new statutory definition of residential customers that conflicts with the longstanding commission-approved tariffs. Today, customer classifications is based on the use and purpose of the premises served, not who holds the account. The Public Service Commission in December 2024 affirmed this decision, stating that residential versus non-residential classification is determined by each utility's tariff. Introducing a conflicting statutory definition risks customer confusion and could unintentionally weaken existing residential consumer protections. Second, the bill would expand utility consolidated billing access for third-party suppliers without clearly assigning responsibility for the significant costs required to modify utility billing systems. If suppliers are not required to fully fund both implementation and ongoing administrative costs, these costs would ultimately be borne by all ratepayers, even those who do not participate in the third-party supply market. It's important to note that BGE has already spent more than $12 million developing a supplier consolidated billing system that was never used because suppliers chose not to participate. The Commission has since allowed residential suppliers to use dual billing, which BGE supports because it promotes transparency and accountability. Finally, BGE does not take a position on the proposed price modifications. We urge the General Assembly to preserve strong consumer protections. BGE, leading up into the passage of SB1, BGE customers for the previous 2 years were overcharged by 55% for those who between those who shopped and the price comparison of SOS. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Andes, why don't you, there you go. Okay, tell us who you are, and you're up to 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Poetry Deal, State Affairs Manager, on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power, in opposition to SB 749. And while SB 749 does not replace Maryland's billing framework, the legislation proposes shifting new billing system costs onto customers. The legislation would move Maryland toward a model that will require utilities to function as the billing platform for the competitive suppliers. It will require new IT development, integrations, testing, controls, and those costs ultimately show up in rates unless the bill explicitly prevents it, which it does not. Restarting or expanding billing capabilities will require a fresh bill against modern system. The fiscal note indicates that it could cost up to $10 million for these additional updates. That is real capital investment and reoccurring operating costs. Even if the utility builds the capability, it only works if suppliers are willing to interface, test, and maintain their side. If suppliers don't participate, customers could be left paying for the billing functionality that is never used or only used by a small subset of the market. More importantly, customers who never choose a third-party supplier should not be asked to subsidize a billing system that supports supplier businesses. In closing, Senate Bill 749 would increase higher customer bills to build and maintain supplier billing infrastructure and uncertain adoption and limited benefit for our customers. For those reasons, we urge a unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Dennison.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. Tom Dennison with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, here also in opposition of Senate Bill 749. This committee is very familiar with retail supply, and I applaud the work that was done in 2024, and not only this committee, but in the House, to implement real reform in a market that desperately needed it. In Southern Maryland alone, we saw overbilling customers to the tune of $3.3 million in 2021, $3.8 million in 2022, and $3.6 million in 2023. Senate Bill 749 does not lower electricity bills. Senate Bill 749 does not guarantee competition in the market, and Senate Bill 749, I think, represents a step backwards in what has been done in this state to really try to help people save money on their electric bills. In SMECO alone, we have demonstrated that there has been no residential alternative supplier who's been lower than us. And quite honestly, what we saw in all of our reporting that has been modeled by the Public Service Commission for all the other utilities, that customers were unwillingly with alternative suppliers and paying vastly increased SOS costs. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 749.
Okay, thank you. Next witness.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Westrick, Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland. We represent more than 850,000 Marylanders, and our priority is ensuring that older adults can afford essential services like utilities. We recognize the sponsor's desire to address today's high electricity bills, and we appreciate the General Assembly's leadership in passing SB 1 in 2024. That law stopped predatory practices, eliminated exploitative variable rates, and produced historic savings for families, more than $200 million, even if that is not well socialized or understood. It's clear that a market that functions only when consumers are confused is not sound public policy, and Maryland should not roll back those protections. SB 749 includes one beneficial provision, removing the trailing 12-month standard offer service or SOS average requirement. This change improves price transparency and alignment with current market conditions. However, we remain opposed to this bill because of several components that place ratepayers at risk. Consolidated billing could create new costs associated with the new billing system, and that would be passed on to all ratepayers. In addition, the proposed changes to the renewable energy certificate information should be studied further before being codified. Likewise, we support the PSC's 2024 decision prohibiting residential customers from being enrolled in commercial or small business contracts. In closing, on behalf of Maryland ratepayers, AARP Maryland respectfully urges an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 749.
Thank you. Ms. Peltier, you're playing cleanup.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Laurel Peltier, and I'm proud to volunteer for AARP Maryland, and I also chair the Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. We are ratepayer advocates working to ensure that limited income families can afford their utility bills. In 2016, while reporting on energy in Baltimore, I uncovered predatory and sky-high energy rates charged by more than 45 retail suppliers. I've devoted my volunteer time to reforming this broken market that extracted $4 billion in 2024 from 11.5 million residents in the United States. SB 1 was successful and saved more than $200 million for ratepayers. Our written testimony is stuffed with data, numbers, and graphs saying the same thing. Everyday families paid a lot more for power when they enrolled in competitive energy. But behind these numbers is a real story. Since '99, residential ratepayers have funded this retail energy market for back of the envelope close to $2 billion. The tally is $1.5 billion in overpayments, a $500,000 shopping website, endless resources litigating smart energy for years, and ratepayers still lost $10 million. Tens of millions of dollars spent on utility IT coding to make billing, purchase of receivables, and suppliers' consolidated billing work. Add to this list the horrendous 2006 rate freeze debacle. While commercial accounts saved $650 million in 2024, residential accounts overpaid by $16 million. We support SB 1, and we appreciate the bravery the General Assembly took to pass this law, and we offer in our testimony positive support for dropping the trailing 12-month average. But the other components our coalition can't support. So thank you for including us as advocates in the discussions, and we are always here to find a way that everyone can benefit, but mostly ratepayers. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel of unfavorables? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We do have the only additional testimony. Mr. Baker, are you coming up here? I have you and Alexis Foxworth from the Public Service Commission signed up. I assume it's just you? Or Alexis here? Okay, former EEE Council member, Alexis Foxworth, now making all that money at the Public Service Commission. Okay, Alexis, welcome back, and Mr. Baker, you're here just for information purpose only. So we're going to start with you, Alexis, and take Mr. Baker. That'll be the extent of the testimony. So.
All right.
Go on.
Good evening. Pleasure to be back before the EEE Committee. Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and former members or my former EEE family. So I want to elucidate some of the points made in written testimony, particularly involving the breadth of the definition in Public Utilities Article 101, right? We think that it is far too strong and overreaching to fix a problem that could be handled within the Commission's adjudicatory authority. The risk that is run with expanding the definition of residential retail customers to those small businesses that are run from homes is that these residential customers would be subject to commercial and industrial rates. They would be subject to demand charges and subject to purchase of receivables, which SB 1 intended to protect residential customers from. It also would overlap with several commission proceedings that intend to further protect low-income residential customers from service terminations and instances of extreme heat and cold. So we think this is a bridge a little too far. In terms of the trailing 12-month average, we do not have any concerns, any deep concerns with rolling that back and aligning it with the default SOS average. However, in our comments, we did propose a modification that, based on feedback from suppliers, that we thought that they would be most amenable to by matching it to the prior month to allow for SOS certainty and to give them greater time to make offers. However, any price cap that this commission decides should be evaluated in light of the fact that there is also a green power provision that allows up to 150% above that cap. All right, so we have to be mindful of that. In terms of utility consolidated billing, all throughout 2025, there have been convenings. There was an impasse that was made in the issue of cost recovery. The commission is always happy to resume those work group meetings so long as there is a shared understanding of the need for suppliers to contribute to those costs and the need for there to be adequate market participation to help mitigate the risk to ratepayers.
Thank you, Ms. Foxworth. Mr. Baker?
Hi, Ben Baker, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I guess really quick, I don't have a lot to say. I think there was also a discussion about purchase of receivables, and I think that discussion needs to be a little more nuanced depending on where you choose to go with the price cap. If you choose to remove the price cap or modify it above SOS, then I would be cautious about if you decide to ever bring back purchase of receivables, as that would allow for service terminations for cost above what the default service rate would be, and possibly was part of the negative incentives that were leading to some of the bad market outcomes that we were previously seeing in this market. If the price caps stay in place at SOS or lower, then I think we can have a more I guess elucidated. We could have a discussion around if purchase of receivables could be allowed for UCB. I also do echo the concerns about if we do put in UCB, we do need to think through how we would want to recover the cost of that program if we were pulling POR out of it. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, take questions from the committee. Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 749. Thank you, Senator Gile, all the witnesses. That concludes the bill hearings for today. Members, there's a couple of things. Can we reconvene? Yeah, let's break. Can you guys just come back here in 5 minutes? There's a few things we just have to, I won't keep you past 7 o'clock and even maybe shorter than that, but there's a few things we need to deal because we need to take a 5-minute break here for the technical reasons, but come back right here and we have to take some committee action. And then we will not stay past 7, but we need to take care of a few things.
It's only a couple of things.
Yeah.